Chapter 3263. Wine Sword Immortal Li Taishuan's sword technique was truly superb. And while Wine Sword Immortal was attacking the second ancestor, he was also reciting his own ancient poem. Wine Sword Immortal was a great writer. In his life, he had written too many classic poems. But the ones that he liked the most were only 7 or 8. Now, the poem that Wine Sword Immortal was reciting was the famous Bring in the Wine. Don't you see, the water of the yellow river comes from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning. Don't you see, the bright mirror of the hall is sad with white hair, like black hair in the morning, like snow in the evening. One must enjoy life to the fullest. Don't let the golden goblet face the moon empty. I am born to be useful. 1,000 gold will come back after being spent. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows for pleasure. Must drink 300 cups in one go. Master Tsin, Dan Qiuxing, bring in the wine. Don't stop drinking. Sing a song with you. Please listen to me. Bells and drums are not expensive. May you be drunk and never wake up. Since ancient times, sages have been lonely. Only those who drink leave their names. Chun Wang used to be happy at a banquet, drinking 10,000 cups of wine. Why does the master say that he is not rich, must take the right wine? Colorful horses, 1,000 gold coats will be exchanged for wine, with you to sell the worries of eternity. Wine Sword Immortal had completely combined his sword technique with his poem. Each of his sword moves was powerful to the point where it would shock the spectators. The sword and the poem perfectly merged together. It was simply a visual enjoyment. Wine Sword Immortal's attacks were endless, like a drizzle. The powerful attacks were simply dazzling. This was the terrifying part of Wine Sword Immortal. His moves were not like other people who needed to pause after a strike. Once he paused, there would be no continuity. The most powerful part of a sword cultivator was that he could continuously attack his opponent. This kind of method was extremely terrifying and frightening. The second ancestor's cultivation was naturally very strong. But under Wine Sword Immortal's continuous attacks, he gradually couldn't hold on. This person chose to use a magic treasure to fight against Wine Sword Immortal. The treasure he took out was a sun and moon wheel. That treasure floated in front of him. Every time it turned, the void seemed to be about to collapse. Clang, clang, clang. A series of collision sounds were heard. The immortal sword in the Wine Sword Immortal's hand collided with the magic treasure of the opponent again and again. The might of the immortal sword in Wine Sword Immortal's hand was simply too tyrannical. The sun-moon wheel was sent flying by the force of the collision. Of course, the reason why this immortal sword was able to display such a powerful combat strength was greatly related to the Wine Sword Immortal. If this immortal sword was controlled by someone else, perhaps it would be difficult for it to display such great power. The sword in Wine Sword Immortal's hand pierced through the void towards the second primogenitor. The second primogenitor's treasure was sent flying. Therefore, at this very moment, when facing the Wine Sword Immortal's attack, he once again took out a magic treasure. This magic treasure was a defensive magic treasure. It was a mysterious jade token. Dragon patterns were drawn on it. This magic treasure was called the Dragon Pattern Jade Plate. Once activated, thus, he was able to release a powerful defensive power. The Dragon Pattern Jade token expanded in size. Then, it protected the body of the second primogenitor. Break. Wine Sword Immortal snorts coldly as he becomes one with his sword and instantly slashes the Dragon Pattern Jade token apart from the middle. Not good. When the second primogenitor saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. He did not expect Wine Sword Immortal's attack to be so powerful. He quickly retreated. He wanted to dodge Wine Sword Immortal's attack, but it was too late. The immortal sword in Wine Sword Immortal's hand quickly flew over. The immortal sword flew in the air, across the endless void. It could behead the other party. This was the wonder of the sword-controlling technique. And Wine Sword Immortal was best at the sword-controlling technique. Facing Wine Sword Immortal's terrifying attack, the second primogenitor did not manage to dodge it successfully. A slashing sound was heard. The second primogenitor's head was directly beheaded. At the same time, the battle between the other 4 experts and the 4 primogenitors of the myriad races had reached a climax. The great emperors of the 9 states were much stronger than the great emperors of other places. In addition, during the battle, the 5 primogenitors of the myriad races were no longer at their peak state. Therefore, Burial of the 9 Eras, Destruction Patriarch, Old Farmer, Mu Family Patriarch, these 4 experts also had the upper hand in this battle. First, it was Zhang Jiujia who created the abyss and buried the 3rd primogenitor of the myriad races. Zhang Jiujia immediately rushed into the abyss and fought with the 3rd primogenitor. After hundreds of rounds of fierce battle, Zhang Jiujia successfully killed the 3rd primogenitor. The old farmer used his hoe and smashed the 4th primogenitor to death. After smashing the 4th primogenitor to death, the old farmer grinned. He was an old man who looked like an ordinary farmer. He was so terrifying, many people found it inconceivable. The world that Mu Family Patriarch created was called the Greenwood World. In the Greenwood World, an ancient tree appeared. The branches of the ancient tree were extremely lush. It stretched out for dozens of miles. After the Mu Family Patriarch and the 5th primogenitor of the myriad races fought for more than 100 rounds, the branches of the ancient tree took advantage of the battle between the 2 sides and wrapped around the body of the 5th primogenitor of the myriad races. The 5th primogenitor of the myriad races struggled hard, trying to destroy the branches of the ancient tree that wrapped around his body. But after many attempts, he did not succeed. The Mu Family Patriarch took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to rush up and kill the 5th primogenitor of the myriad races. Destruction Patriarch's attack was even more violent. He was best at the Tao of Destruction, and the Tao of Destruction, among the offensive divine abilities, it was one of the top divine abilities. Therefore, it was extremely powerful, even against the strongest primogenitor of the myriad races. Destruction Patriarch also had the advantage, as expected of the expert who guarded the immortal ancient cemetery. The number 1 primogenitor of the myriad races roared. He wanted to rush out of the river of destruction several times, but he was stopped by Destruction Patriarch every time. Both sides fought a fierce battle. The injuries of the number 1 primogenitor of the myriad races were getting worse. Why is it like this? The number 1 primogenitor of the myriad races could not help but roar. The myriad races, 5 primogenitors. They had survived the turmoil of the immemorial era's end. But now, they were going to die in the age of chaos. The number 1 primogenitor of the myriad races was unwilling to die like this. But he was powerless to reverse the situation. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. Destruction Patriarch said coldly, Destruction Patriarch, your fates will be much more miserable than ours. You will be cursed endlessly. You will never be able to reincarnate. The number 1 primogenitor of the myriad races could not help but roar. No matter what kind of fate we have, you won't be able to see that day come. Destruction Patriarch's voice was cold. He rushed forward. With a punch, he shattered the body of the number 1 primogenitor of the myriad races. The number 1 primogenitor of the myriad races. His body and soul were destroyed. At this point, Chapter 3264, the myriad races' 5 ancestors had all fallen. The faces of the remaining myriad race, extraterritorial race, and cultivators from other foreign forces turned as pale as paper. They began to break out of the encirclement frantically. They fled frantically. In the end, only a few hundred people managed to escape. The remaining people were all killed. The great emperors and cultivator armies of the Geomaster lineage, the Supreme Immortal Sect, and the Ascension Immortal Sect all died in this battle. Victory! We've won! Countless cultivators of the 9 states had tears in their eyes. More than 70 million cultivator army. In the end, only 20 million people were left. In this battle, the 9 states had lost more than 50 million cultivator army. The 9 states had lost more than 70% of their fresh troops, and the 9 states had lost 57 great emperors. But at least they had defeated the myriad race, extraterritorial race, and other foreign forces. Of course, the most important thing was to kill the myriad race's 5 ancestors. The threat of the myriad race's 5 ancestors was too great. Now, the myriad race's 5 ancestors had fallen. The heavenly sage great world no longer had a peak great emperor expert guarding it. And this time, only 5 or 6 great emperors from the heavenly sage great world had escaped. The rest had all been killed. In addition to the dead cultivator army, the myriad race had also suffered a great loss, and the extraterritorial race, and many great worlds. They had also suffered a great loss. It would probably take a very long time. These people would never appear again. Lin Feng and the others hurriedly rushed towards the old emperor of the human race. "Senior, how are you?" Lin Feng looked at Jiang Moli. Jiang Moli clenched his fists and pursed his lips tightly. He tried his best to show his strongest side. He tried his best not to cry. But Jiang Moli couldn't do it. He saw his grandfather on the weeping blood battlefield with his own eyes. His heart was filled with incomparable grief. But he couldn't do anything. This feeling, it simply made him wish he was dead. Seeing the motionless old emperor of the human race, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. The death of the old human emperor was too tragic. Such a senior had a very deep relationship with him. Moreover, he had always treated Lin Feng very well. Right now, Lin Feng was also filled with sorrow. "There's still a chance," Patriarch Destruction said. "Really?" Jiang Moli couldn't help but ask in joy. He looked at Patriarch Destruction with pleading eyes. He was afraid that he would hear other possibilities from Patriarch Destruction. That would be Jiang Moli. It would cause unimaginable damage and impact. Patriarch Destruction nodded and said, "Of course it's true. Bring him to the immortal ancient cemetery. Perhaps he can be revived. Senior, as long as you can save my grandfather, I'm willing to do anything for you." Jiang Moli knelt on the ground. Then he kowtowed to Patriarch Destruction. Jiang Moli was an extremely arrogant person. Back then, when he was defeated by Lin Feng, he had always been very unconvinced. Making him kneel to someone, it was even more difficult than killing him. But now, for his grandfather, Jiang Moli didn't hesitate to kneel and beg Patriarch Destruction. Lin Feng's opinion of Jiang Moli changed slightly. "Get up. I'll try my best. I hope I can succeed," Patriarch Destruction said. "Senior, is it really as the myriad race primogenitor said, that you will have to pay a terrible price for your return?" Lin Feng looked at Patriarch Destruction, Zhang Jiushi, and the old farmer, and asked. Lin Feng had already heard the third ancestor's words. They were going to pay an extremely heavy price. Perhaps not long after, they would completely lose themselves. Then, next, they would suffer endless pain. This pain, It would never disappear. They would never be reincarnated. Old ancestor destruction said. Some things will happen eventually. After paying the price, we need to see if what we've done is worth it. The old farmer said. Everything we did today was worth it. Zhang Jiushi didn't say anything else. He handed the third ancestor's origin to Lin Feng. Take it and refine it. Cultivate well. Don't forget to appear. Zhang Jiushi said. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng took the third ancestor's origin from Zhang Jiushi. After obtaining the third ancestor's origin, Lin Feng didn't feel happy at all. There was only heaviness and sorrow, because he had already seen what would happen to the three seniors, patriarch destruction, Zhang Jiushi, and the old farmer. Thinking of the three seniors' fates, Lin Feng felt like he couldn't breathe. He didn't want to see that happen. But the power of the curse was too terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help them. Take this origin to cultivate as well. The old farmer also handed the origin of the fifth ancestor to Lin Feng. Wine Sword Immortal, Patriarch Destruction. The Mu family's ancestor didn't give the origin to Lin Feng, because Wine Sword Immortal and Mu family's ancestor both had descendants, and Patriarch Destruction had a disciple, that eccentric and exotic Wu Muqing. Lin Feng hadn't seen Wu Muqing for many years. She really missed Wu Muqing a little. We don't have much time left. Come with me quickly. Patriarch Destruction looked at Jiang Moli. Yes, Jiang Moli carried the old emperor on his back. Then he quickly left with Patriarch Destruction. Never give up, no matter how difficult the situation is. Don't give up. Zhang Jiushi looked at Lin Feng and said, Yes. Lin Feng hurriedly nodded. The old farmer patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Then he quickly left with Zhang Jiushi. In the parallel space, the conversation between the two could be vaguely heard. Fortunately, Jiang Huan is still here. He can help us complete what we can't, the old farmer said. Yes, let's take a look at the mountains and rivers in the last moments. Zhang Jiushi said. There were a total of 3 guardians of the immemorial covenant. The other one was the patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Huan. But this time, Jiang Huan didn't come, because the immemorial covenant was also very important. Among the 3 of them, there had to be one person who wasn't cursed. Cough, cough, cough. The patriarch of the Mu family coughed violently. Every time he coughed, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Senior, how are you? Lin Feng looked at the patriarch of the Mu family worriedly. Young friend, don't worry for now. These old bones of mine can still live for a few more years. Now that the matter of Jojo has been settled, this old man still has an unfulfilled wish. Senior, please speak. Lin Feng said. The patriarch of the Mu family sighed and said, In my lifetime, I hope to see young friend and Xianshi marry. After the patriarch of the Mu family finished speaking, he looked at Lin Feng expectantly. The patriarch of the Mu family's life had come to an end. Lin Feng knew that the patriarch of the Mu family wanted to tie him to the Mu family through marriage. After the patriarch of the Mu family died, he could help take care of the Mu family. Now, his father's whereabouts were unknown. His clansmen's whereabouts were unknown. He couldn't save his mother. Lin Feng didn't want to get married, but when he saw the anticipation in the patriarch of the Mu family's old eyes. Chapter 3265. After getting a satisfactory answer, the Mu family ancestor left. The Wine Sword Immortal didn't stay for long either. After chatting with Lin Feng for a while, he left, and Lin Feng ordered Du Zhu and the others to clean up the battlefield. The storage rings of the dead cultivators, some powerful origins, and so on. And the origins of those great emperors were of the utmost importance. They had to be obtained. It was too crucial. If they could obtain it directly, it would naturally be a great thing. If they couldn't obtain it directly, Lin Feng let Du Zhu and the others try to exchange for the great emperor's origins from the cultivators who obtained them. Woo, woo, woo. The sound of the bugle horn resounded through heaven and earth. The 10 ghost emperors led the ghost army and left quickly. The 10 ghost emperors and the ghost army quickly disappeared without a trace. The 9 states cultivators watched as the 10 ghost emperors and the ghost army left. To the 10 ghost emperors and the ghost army, the 9 states cultivators were extremely grateful. If not for them, the 9 states cultivator army might not have been able to wait for the emperors to arrive and would have died under the attack of the myriad race's 5 ancestors. After the 10 ghost emperors and the ghost army left, the 9 states cultivator army continued to clean up the battlefield. Some of Lin Feng's subordinates collected some great emperor's origins. They even collected the imperial emperor's origins. However, Lin Feng wasn't able to exchange for the great emperor's origins from others, because the great emperor's origins were too precious. If one could obtain the great emperor's origins, basically they would keep it for themselves to refine and increase their cultivation. Very few people would take out the great emperor's origins to sell. The various major forces began to consolidate their own cultivator army. The reincarnation immortal sect also suffered a heavy loss this time. Originally, the reincarnation immortal sect mobilized 15 million cultivator army. Now, only 6 million cultivator army was left. A total of 9 million cultivator army died on the battlefield. After knowing the number of deaths, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel very sad. These subordinates had followed him for many years. Many of them were loyal and devoted. Now, they had all died in this battle. War was cruel. If possible, Lin Feng hoped that the 10,000 worlds would be able to do so. No more war. But he knew this was just an extravagant hope. Wherever there were cultivators, there would be fights. This was unavoidable. At present, the cultivator armies of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other foreign forces were basically wiped out. The next step was to destroy the Supreme Immortal Sect, the Ascension Immortal Sect, the Earth Master lineage, and the Black Fog race. The Supreme Immortal Sect, the Ascension Immortal Sect, and the Earth Master lineage had colluded with the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other external forces. It was simply unforgivable. Although the great emperors of these 3 forces had already fallen, the cultivators from the 3 sides who had participated in the battle had basically all perished. However, the sects of these 3 forces were still around. Lin Feng wanted to get rid of those 3 influential groups completely. Other than these 3 forces, there was also the Black Fog tribe. Not all of the Black Fog tribe's experts had arrived. For example, the powerful leader of the Black Fog race did not appear. Lin Feng naturally wanted to eradicate the Black Fog tribe. After cleaning up the battlefield, the cultivator armies of the 9 states were divided into 4 groups led by the emperors. They headed toward the Exalted Immortal Sect, the Ascension Immortal Sect, the Earth Master lineage, and the Black Fog tribe. These 4 forces possessed large amounts of resources, powerful orthodoxies, terrifying treasures, and so on. Naturally, the various forces of the 9 states were also eyeing these 4 forces covetously. After destroying these 4 forces, everyone would be able to obtain their cultivation resources, powerful orthodoxies, and various treasures. Therefore, the upper echelons of each force were quite concerned about this matter. Without resting, they went to besiege the bases of the 4 forces. This was mainly because they were worried that the core cultivators of the four forces would escape. Lin Feng led the cultivator armies of the reincarnation immortal sect, the monster race, the primordial demon race, and the primordial demon race to the supreme immortal sect. The stone puppet king also went with Lin Feng and the others. As for the four Yazis, they went with the other forces to besiege the Black Fog tribe. The Black Fog tribe was inextricably linked to the death of the fifth Yazi. Therefore, the four Yazis wanted to kill the Black Fog tribe. Naturally, they wouldn't miss this opportunity to take revenge. By the time the cultivator armies of the reincarnation immortal sect, the monster race, the primordial demon race, and the primordial demon race arrived at the supreme immortal sect, the cultivators of the supreme immortal sect had already fled. Lin Feng and the others were still a step too late. Perhaps it was because they had left in a hurry. They hadn't been able to take away the treasures in the vaults in time. Naturally, these treasures were divided equally among the four forces. Then, the four forces issued an order to arrest the cultivators of the supreme immortal sect. After issuing this order, the four forces quickly dispersed. They returned to their respective sects to rest and recuperate. This time, Lin Feng had obtained so many origins. He had even obtained 2 emperor-level origins. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to go into seclusion for a while. Perhaps he could try to break through to the great emperor realm. Lin Feng felt that he should be able to break through to the great emperor realm. After all, he had so many emperor-level origins. It should be able to help him break through the shackles of the great emperor realm. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's guess. Whether he could break through to the great emperor realm or not, he would only know after cultivating and refining those powerful origins. The news of the death of the Myriad Race 5 ancestors was huge, because the Myriad Race 5 ancestors were experts from the primordial era. The reason why the heavenly sage Great World was so powerful, it had an inseparable relationship with the Myriad Race 5 ancestors. The extraterritorial starry sky world was very chaotic. Therefore, wars often broke out. Wherever a war broke out, rivers of blood would often flow. Therefore, it was very likely that cultivators would die before they could mature. This also made it very difficult for the forces in those places to become strong. The heavenly sage Great World was intimidated by the Myriad Race 5 ancestors. No forces dared to invade the heavenly sage Great World. Therefore, the heavenly sage Great World had always been very peaceful. In this peaceful atmosphere, the various forces of the heavenly sage Great World continued to nurture many experts. There were more and more experts in the heavenly sage Great World. The heavenly sage Great World began to expand. In the extraterritorial starry sky world, they occupied many huge star fields. But because the Myriad Race 5 ancestors were too intimidating, therefore, no one dared to resist the rule of the heavenly sage Great World. But now, the Myriad Race 5 ancestors had fallen. When this news spread to the starry sky world, it caused a huge uproar. No one would have thought a terrifying existence like the Myriad Race 5 ancestors would actually fall in the 9 prefectures. It was only at this time that many forces in the starry sky world realized how terrifying the 9 prefectures were. In the following period of time, the starry sky world fell into chaos. Because of the fall of the Myriad Race 5 ancestors, many forces began to plunder the many star fields occupied by the Myriad Race. Naturally, the Myriad Race would not give up those star fields so easily. Therefore, they fought with many forces in the starry sky world. The battle in the starry sky world was incomparably intense. No one knew how many people had fallen. Of course, Lin Feng did not know what happened in the starry sky world, because Lin Feng was in seclusion. Chapter 32:66. As the source continued to be refined, Lin Feng's cultivation also continued to increase. Originally, his realm stopped at the level of climbing the 92nd stone step. Soon, Lin Feng's realm increased to the level of Quasi-Emperor, who had climbed the 93rd stone step. And it was still increasing. Finally, Lin Feng's realm increased to the level of climbing the 99th stone step. This was already the peak of Quasi-Emperor. He was only one step away from the Great Emperor realm, and Lin Feng had only consumed a portion of the source. There was still a large amount of source. It had not been consumed. Lin Feng planned to break through the shackles of the Great Emperor realm in one fell swoop, and then break through to the first level of the Great Emperor realm, the God Emperor realm. Once he broke through, when the time came, his life level would undergo a transformation. But Lin Feng knew that it was not easy to break through, because his savings were simply too enormous, and there was no light of calamity between his eyebrows. This meant that Lin Feng had not reached the time to break through. But Lin Feng did not give up. He continued to refine these great emperors' source. Lin Feng's realm steadily increased. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. After Lin Feng had refined all the original strengths, Lin Feng was extremely happy. A light of calamity finally appeared between Lin Feng's eyebrows. A light of calamity appeared. This meant that he could attract a lightning tribulation. Then he tried to break through to the next realm. Suppress the light of calamity between your eyebrows. It's not good to try to break through now. The probability of failure is too high. The demon lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. The 99th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm needed to be settled. Lin Feng broke through from the 92nd level of the Quasi-Emperor realm to the 99th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. It was indeed too difficult to continue to break through to the Great Emperor realm without any settling. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Feng no longer had any source on him. Originally, Lin Feng thought that these sources could help him break through to the Great Emperor realm. But Lin Feng still underestimated his savings. These sources, they were not able to help him break through to the Great Emperor realm. It only helped Lin Feng produce the light of calamity between his eyebrows. Back then, it was already so difficult for Lin Feng to break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Let alone breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, it was unknown how many times more difficult it would be. Therefore, if he wanted to break through to the Great Emperor realm, he would need more than just a short period of time. Moreover, it also required a fortuitous encounter. During this period of time, Lin Feng's realm had risen too quickly, but the time he had spent in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation was too short. This was extremely disadvantageous for his future cultivation. Breaking through to the Great Emperor realm does require some time. Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. He had gained a lot from this closed-door cultivation, because other than the increase in his cultivation level, he had also gained a lot. Lin Feng's soul had also risen to the 5th heavenly layer of the immortal Emperor realm. It could be said that this was a major breakthrough. He began to organize the various thaumaturgies he cultivated. Right now, Lin Feng was only a step away from becoming an emperor. The ability to comprehend, the understanding of the great Tao. Things were no longer the same as before. He could make use of this opportunity to cultivate in seclusion. He had to properly sort out the powerful divine abilities he had obtained. When Lin Feng was in seclusion, the major forces of the 9 states were also recuperating. However, after the war, there were many things waiting to be done. The 9 states would no longer be as prosperous as before. Fortunately, After the war, there was new vitality everywhere. The 9 states had undergone drastic changes and entered the best cultivation era. At the end of the era, cultivators could seize this opportunity to cultivate well. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the glory of the past could be restored. Before the war, those reclusive families and sects were coerced by Lin Feng to join the battlefield. Therefore, those forces hated Lin Feng very much at that time. They even wanted to wait until the matters of the 9 states were settled before joining forces to seek revenge on Lin Feng. However, when the 9 states was truly settled, those forces also ceased their activities. Of course, there were many reasons, but the main reasons were none other than the following. First, those reclusive families and sects had suffered heavy losses, so they needed to rest and recuperate. Second, the reincarnation immortal sect had a strong foundation, especially now. It was said that there were more than 5 million cultivators in the reincarnation immortal sect who had not participated in the war. Therefore, there were more than 10 million cultivators in the reincarnation immortal sect's cultivator army. Third, those influential groups realized that Lin Feng was friends with some extremely strong cultivators of the 9 regions, and he seemed to have a marriage alliance with the Mu clan, although the patriarch of the Mu clan was not well known before. But this time, the patriarch of the Mu clan displayed strength that shocked the 9 states. Who would dare to offend the patriarch of the Mu clan to deal with Lin Feng? Fourth, Lin Feng was close to the Demon clan and the King of Stone Puppets. If they really fought, the Demon clan, the King of Stone Puppets, and even the 4 Yazi clan experts would probably stand on Lin Feng's side. Fifth, Lin Feng's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. Many influential groups were astonished. Lin Feng hadn't even broken through to the Great Emperor layer, but he was already so strong. Wanting to kill Lin Feng, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If they really fought, it would be better if they could kill Lin Feng. But if they failed, they would just wait for Lin Feng's revenge. When the time came, they would destroy who? That would be hard to say. Therefore, these reclusive families and sects restrained their killing intent towards Lin Feng. Of course, among these forces, the Huangdao clan still wanted to kill Lin Feng, because the grudge between the 2 sides was too deep. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng received a lot of news. One of them was about the Taishang Immortal Sect, the Ascension Immortal Sect, the Geomaster lineage, and the Black Fog clan. After the war, after the news that the cultivator armies of the 10,000 clans, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces were almost wiped out spread, the cultivators of the 4 forces quickly fled the 9 states' great world. However, they were ambushed in the Starry World. The Starry World was an extremely chaotic world. In the Starry World, there were not only many powerful Starry World beasts, there were also countless races and forces. The forces that invaded the 9 states, they were only a very small portion of the forces in the Starry World, and most of the forces were watching the turmoil in the 9 states. After the Taishang Immortal Sect, the Ascension Immortal Sect, the Geomaster lineage, and the Black Fog clan fled to the Starry World, they were immediately targeted by some powerful forces in the Starry World. After all, these 4 forces had many precious resources, powerful inheritances, and even immortal artifacts. It was normal to be targeted. After a bloody battle, the 4 forces were almost completely wiped out. Only a small portion of them managed to escape. Those who are unjust will bring about their own destruction. These people brought this upon themselves, but the only pity is that these people were not completely wiped out. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. Then, he thought of his former enemy, Huangfu Qingtian. This person had been created a new soul by his mother with the soul reconstruction technique. It was equivalent to a different kind of new life. Huang Fuqin Tian was a person with great luck. He shouldn't have died in the battle in the starry world. Back then, Huang Fuqin Tian had devoured Panga's ancestral blood. He had obtained part of Panga's inheritance. He was Panga's successor, but he hadn't obtained Panga's core inheritance for the time being. Huang Fuqin Tian gave Lin Feng a headache. He didn't know if Huang Fuqin Tian would really obtain Panga's inheritance. However, Lin Feng had the Chaos Ancient Map that Panga had passed down. The Chaos Ancient Map was also related to Panga's inheritance. He could sense where Panga's core inheritance was. Lin Feng waited for Huang Fuqin Tian to open Panga's secret realm. Then, he followed Huang Fuqin Tian into Panga's secret realm. Then, he snatched Panga's inheritance from Huang Fuqin Tian. Lin Feng had been waiting for this day to come. Now, Lin Feng suddenly had a strong premonition. He felt it. This day. Chapter 3267. Lin Feng decided to make a trip to the Huangdao clan. Now, the location of the Huangdao clan was no longer a secret. Lin Feng led Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign sage, the 2 ghost emperors, and 5 million cultivator soldiers to the ancient warships. They headed straight for the Huangdao clan. Ziling was still in the hands of the Huangdao clan. Zishao had entrusted him to take care of Ziling before he died. Lin Feng would naturally take good care of Ziling. Previously, after Ziling was taken away by the Huangdao clan, Lin Feng blamed himself for a long time. Now, he had the strength to deal with the Huangdao clan. Lin Feng naturally wanted to save Ziling. A month later, Lin Feng led the army to the Huangdao clan's ancestral land. Lin Feng, our Huangdao clan, hasn't even gone to look for you, but you came to us first. Do you have a death wish? The Huangdao clan's patriarch, the Huangdao Azure Dragon, looked coldly at Lin Feng. He was also an emperor realm expert. He should be an immortal emperor. When the war broke out, this person didn't appear. However, their clan had lost 3 great emperors. This kind of loss was definitely severe. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Hand over Ziling. Otherwise, I will destroy the Huangdao clan today." Shameless boasting. The Huangdao Azure Dragon looked coldly at Lin Feng. He sneered and said, "I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Now that you've come to die, there's no need to trouble us to make a trip. Are you ready to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Huangdao Azure Dragon waved his hand. A loud, rumbling sound resounded through the world. In the void, formation runes were densely packed. Those densely packed formation runes. It was unknown how many there were. They intertwined in the void and emitted a shocking fluctuation. "I knew you would come, so I've been strengthening the formation all this time to destroy you." The Huangdao Azure Dragon said coldly, "Attack." Next, the Huangdao Azure Dragon gave the order to attack. The formation was activated. It released an endless amount of powerful attacks. Meanwhile, the cultivator army of the Huangdao clan, there were about 2 million people left. They also attacked together, using all kinds of magic treasures and divine abilities. They charged toward the reincarnation celestial sex army in an overwhelming manner. "You're courting death." Lin Feng's expression was ice cold. He held the stone sword in his hand and suddenly waved it. Sword Chi soared into the sky. The cultivators of the black armored knights held the black tortoise shield. He immediately activated the black tortoise shield array. The black tortoise shield formation surrounded the 5 million cultivator army. Just as the Huangdao clan was about to launch all sorts of attacks at them, all of them were blocked by the black tortoise shield array, spirit stone cannon. The imperial azure dragon shouted coldly, "Rumble! Rumble! Rumble!" A series of loud noises could be heard. Next, huge bronze carriages were pushed out one after another, and on top of each bronze carriage, each of them had a huge spirit stone cannon. Those spirit stone cannons were actually made of bronze. Each spirit stone cannon was about the same size as the giant spirit stone cannon on the ancient starship Xianyuan. However, the giant spirit stone cannons made of bronze were obviously of a higher level. They were also more powerful. These bronze spirit stone cannons. There were a total of 100 of them. These bronze spirit stone cannons were one of the trump cards of the Huangdao clan. The Huangdao clan was a force of power. They were indeed peerless and terrifying. Their trump cards were simply too powerful. Fire! The imperial azure dragon let out a deep roar. Next, one after another, huge shells of spirit stones were shot out from the spirit stone cannons. The power of those spirit stone cannons. They could be described as apocalyptic. It was simply too terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Next, a series of violent collisions could be heard. The spirit stone cannons directly bombarded the defensive light shield formed by the black tortoise shield array. The defensive light shield formed by the black tortoise shield array shook violently under the bombardment of the spirit stone cannons. Crack, crack. Soft cracking sounds could be heard. Those were the cracking sounds. They were coming from the defensive light shield formed by the black tortoise shield array, under the bombardment of the spirit stone cannons from the Huangdao clan. The defensive light shield formed by the black tortoise shield array seemed unable to last for long. The imperial azure dragon sneered and said, "I know that you obtained many black tortoise shields from the myriad races and formed the black tortoise shield array. But so what? Isn't your black tortoise shield array going to be destroyed by my Huangdao clan's spirit stone cannons? When the black tortoise shield array is destroyed, all of you will be living targets. So what if you have 5 million cultivators? When the time comes, all of you will be buried here." The imperial azure dragon was clearly very confident in the spirit stone cannons. He felt that with the spirit stone cannons, they would definitely be able to destroy the black tortoise shield array. Lin Feng sneered and said, "It's too early to be happy. Today, I'll let you know what I'm capable of." Stone Sovereign Sutra, 9 Dragons Formation Destruction Technique. Lin Feng shouted. Next, he stomped his right foot on the ground. Rumble! Rumble! The ground shook violently as though the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. Roar! Next, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the world. Dragon roars rang out one after another. The ground cracked open. One by one, huge dragons soared into the sky. Those huge dragons, they were formed by the power of the underground dragon veins fusing with the mountain rocks. All the major factions liked to build their ancestral grounds on top of the dragon veins. This included the Reincarnation Immortal sect. This was because the dragon veins could continuously absorb the providence of heaven and earth. When the providence of heaven and earth descended, it would be absorbed by the cultivators in the ancestral grounds. Under the subtle influence, it could change the providence of these people. The strength of a cultivator's providence could, to a large extent, determine what level they could reach in the future. The stronger the providence of a sect, the more powerful the sect was, the more powerful the sect would be. As a result, the sect would become even more powerful. There were 9 dragon veins under the Huangdao clan. As the successor of the Celestial Master sect, Lin Feng was best at using the power of the dragon veins to fight his enemies. At this moment, Lin Feng was using the power of the dragon veins to fuse with the mountain rocks to form 9 huge dragons. After the 9 huge dragons were formed, then they charged towards the array that sealed the world. Bang, 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 bang. The 9 dragons slammed into the formations one after another. After hundreds of consecutive hits, crack, crack, the array began to crack. Not good. Hurry up and repair the array. The Imperial Azure Dragon's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly gave the order. He asked the spiritual array masters of the Huangdao clan to repair the array. It's too late. Lin Feng sneered. His hands kept changing seals as he directly displayed the formation cracking technique. Bang! The array that was cracked by the 9 huge dragons. Chapter 3268. Don't you think it's too late to repair the formation now? Lin Feng sneered. Attack! Then, Lin Feng gave the order to attack. The Reincarnation Immortal Sex Cultivator Army attacked the Huangdao family in an orderly manner. The Huangdao family's formation had been torn apart. It couldn't be repaired in a short time. Therefore, the Reincarnation Immortal Sex Cultivator Army charged straight into the Huangdao family's Spirit Stone cannons. Although the Spirit Stone cannons were powerful, they were too heavy. Therefore, they couldn't be moved easily. The Reincarnation Immortal Sex Cultivator Army charged to the front of the Spirit Stone cannons and started a massacre. All kinds of terrifying attacks were formed. They instantly bombarded the cultivators operating the Spirit Stone cannons. Poof, poof, poof. Ripping sounds could be heard one after another. The cultivators operating the bronze Spirit Stone cannons were killed instantly. Lin Feng rushed forward and put the bronze Spirit Stone cannons into his Mountain River ring. Lin Feng's Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship was equipped with a giant Spirit Stone cannon. However, the giant Spirit Stone cannon on the Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship was not as powerful as the bronze Spirit Stone cannon. Lin Feng naturally coveted the 100 bronze Spirit Stone cannons of the Huangdao family. If the bronze Spirit Stone cannons were all equipped on the Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship, then just how terrifying would the power of the Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship reach? Just think about it. It sent chills down one's spine. Retreat, retreat to the Huangdao family. The Imperial Azure Dragon saw the Reincarnation Immortal Sex Cultivator Army's ferocious attack. His expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, after hearing the Imperial Azure Dragon's order. The Huangdao family's cultivator army wanted to retreat to the Huangdao family's ancestral land as soon as possible, because the Huangdao family's ancestral land still had protective restrictions that had yet to be activated. However, it was too late for him to retreat at this time. Under the protection of the Black Tortoise Shield Formation, the Reincarnation Immortal Sex Cultivator Army didn't have to worry about defense. The Reincarnation Immortal Sex Cultivator Army only had to attack. He released his most powerful attack. On the other hand, the Cultivator Army of the Huangdao family was relatively small in number. Now that the Reincarnation Immortal Sect had breached their first line of defense, their morale had dropped. Of course, most importantly, the waves of attacks from the Huangdao family's Cultivator Army were all blocked by the Xuanwu Shield Formation. This was a heavy blow to them. The Cultivator Army of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect was magnificent. The morale of the Huangdao family's Cultivator Army was low. As one side wavered, the other grew. The Cultivator Army of the Huangdao family was no match for the Cultivator Army of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Damn it, damn it. Many cultivators of the Huangdao family were killed. The Imperial Azure Dragon's face became extremely gloomy. He couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. However, The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to the Huangdao clan. The Imperial Azure Dragon knew that it had to organize an effective counterattack, or else. Today, the Huangdao clan was truly in danger of being wiped out. Kill, kill, kill the Imperial Azure Dragon, and exterminate the Imperial clan, Lin Feng shouted. Next, the 5 million cultivators of the Huangdao family's cultivator army shouted in unison. When these cultivators of the Huangdao family joined forces, they were too powerful. They directly charged into the ancestral land of the Huangdao family. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators of the Huangdao family's 2 million cultivator army were killed. The remaining people, their morale was also broken. They didn't have the courage to fight anymore. The Huangdao family is finished. How did this happen? Lin Feng, you little brat, you deserve to die. Some of the elders of the Huangdao family roared. They directly charged into the sky. They charged towards Lin Feng. Those elders all looked at Lin Feng with hatred. Their eyes flashed with a chilling, killing intent. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He led the cultivator army to attack the elders of the Huangdao family. Lin Feng attacked coldly. He killed more than 10 elders of the Huangdao family in a row. Once the two top forces started fighting, it was either you die or I die. He had to do his best to exterminate the other party, because if he couldn't exterminate the other party, then when the other party recovered, when the time came, perhaps his own people would be the unlucky ones. Therefore, there was no justice or evil in war. There was only killing, perhaps only human nature. Only then would there be justice and evil. The reincarnation immortal sect obtained a great victory in this battle. The cultivator army of the Huangdao family was almost completely wiped out. As for the Imperial Azure Dragon, it was captured. A small number of people of the Huangdao family escaped, but it wasn't enough to change the situation. As for the ordinary people of the Huangdao family, they were all enslaved. These enslaved people of the Huangdao family would lose the opportunity to cultivate. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. The Huangdao family would be completely destroyed. Where's Ling? Lin Feng looked coldly at the Huangdao Azure Dragon. Lin Feng, you little bastard. Just you wait. The Huangdao family won't let this go. Not only does the Huangdao family have a terrifying patriarch, but we also have a few heaven-defying geniuses who entered the starry sky world to train. They won't let you go. When the time comes, you'll die a horrible death. The Huangdao Azure Dragon roared viciously, cursing Lin Feng loudly. Lin Feng said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about that. After I meet those people, I'll eliminate them one by one. Next, let me see what secrets are hidden in your memories." Lin Feng grabbed the Huangdao Azure Dragon's head. Then, he searched the Huangdao Azure Dragon's soul. If it were other cultivators, they might have set up a restriction in their minds. Once the soul was searched, they would die instantly. However, the Huangdao Azure Dragon was the patriarch of the Huangdao family. Naturally, no one would set up a soul restriction in the Huangdao Azure Dragon's soul. "Ah, you dare to search my soul? Don't even think about it." The Huangdao Azure Dragon roared. His body began to swell. The Huangdao Azure Dragon wanted to self-destruct. "If you fall into my hands, it'll be hard for you to die, even if you want." Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. Then he used the 8 divine seals. He directly sealed the Huangdao Azure Dragon's dermic powers. The Huangdao Azure Dragon couldn't self-destruct even if he wanted to. At this moment, Lin Feng's soul-searching technique had already taken effect. He read the Huangdao Azure Dragon's memories. The Huangdao Azure Dragon's lifespan was about 1.2 million years. Therefore, he had experienced countless things in his life. Many memories flashed through his mind like a fleeting glance. In addition to the bits and pieces of life, the cultivation of morality, and so on, there were also the memories of various orthodoxies. Of course, there were also some shocking secrets, and so on. All of them were imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng wasn't interested in many secrets. After all, there were too many secrets in the world. What was the use of knowing so much? It would only add to his worries. He only needed to know the secrets that he was interested in and useful to him. Chapter 3269. The Imperial Azure Dragon was the patriarch of the imperial family. He could basically cultivate all the divine abilities of the imperial family. Of course, a person's energy was limited. It was impossible to cultivate all the divine abilities of the entire family. However, the Imperial Azure Dragon would definitely cultivate some top-notch divine abilities. After Lin Feng carefully checked, he realized that the Imperial Azure Dragon had cultivated a total of 1,256 divine abilities. Among them, there were a total of 357 divine abilities of the 3,000 Great Tao level. Lin Feng guessed the 3,000 Great Tao of the imperial family. Generally speaking, there should be only these types. He could choose not to cultivate any divine ability. However, he had to cultivate the 3,000 Great Tao, because the 3,000 Great Tao were too important, as expected of a reclusive family. They actually have so many 3,000 Great Tao. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Lin Feng, if you dare to peek at these 3,000 Great Tao, you will die without a burial place. The Imperial Azure Dragon's face was distorted as he roared loudly. He wanted to threaten Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't care about the Imperial Azure Dragon's threat at all. He looked at the Imperial Azure Dragon indifferently and said, "No matter how you curse, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it won't work at all. With my talent, I've obtained so many 3,000 Great Tao. Once I become an emperor, my combat strength will definitely soar to an unimaginable level. It won't be that easy to kill me. Plunder memory." Then, Lin Feng used the secret technique recorded in the soul-searching technique. This memory plunder was very domineering. It directly plundered the memories in the other party's mind, and the cultivator, whose memories were plundered, he would lose the part of his memories that had been plundered. The Imperial Azure Dragon let out an incomparably miserable cry. His memories were being plundered by Lin Feng. As a result, it was incomparably painful. No, why is this happening? I can't accept this. The dignified Imperial Tao family. How could they end up like this? Why is this happening? The Imperial Azure Dragon roared. As Lin Feng plundered the Imperial Azure Dragon's memories, he sneered and said, "The reason why the Imperial Azure Dragon ended up like this is all because of you. God is watching what people do. Leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future. However, your Huangdao clan thinks it's strong and can act without any scruples. So you can only blame yourselves for the consequences you suffered today. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. You do things without any scruples because you are powerful." The Imperial Tao Azure Dragon looked at Lin Feng with resentment. "You're right. However, the debt owed will have to be repaid sooner or later. Today, I am here to collect the debt," Lin Feng said indifferently. Very soon, in the Azure Dragon's mind, all the cultivation methods of the 1,256 divine abilities were plundered by Lin Feng. Among these divine abilities, the divine abilities that Lin Feng paid close attention to were the 357 types of 3,000 Great Taos. Lin Feng examined it carefully. He discovered that among the 3,000 great Daos, 15 of them had been cultivated by him before. In other words, these 357 types of 3,000 great Daos were actually useful to Lin Feng. There were only 342 types. Previously, Lin Feng had already cultivated 176 types of 3,000 great Daos. In addition to the 342 types of 3,000 great Daos that he had obtained now, there were a total of 518 types of 3,000 great Daos. Cultivating 176 types of 3,000 great Daos to become a great emperor. It was a completely different concept from cultivating 518 types of 3,000 great Daos to become a great emperor. The gap between the two sides, it was simply inestimable. The increase in combat strength when breaking through to become a great emperor. It was definitely a world of difference. Now that Lin Feng had cultivated to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, what he needed to do now was to collect as many types of 3,000 great Daos as possible. Originally, Lin Feng planned to collect at least 300 types of 3,000 great Daos before becoming a great emperor. But now, Lin Feng felt that this goal could be raised a little higher. If he could collect 1,000 types of 3,000 great Daos before becoming a great emperor, then he would successfully cultivate these 1,000 types of 3,000 great Daos. When the time came, his own great Dao foundation, what kind of terrifying level would it be raised to? Think about it. There was a feeling of extreme shock, although there was still a gap between it and the Red World Fairy's 3,000 types of 3,000 great Daos. However, cultivating 1,000 types of 3,000 great Daos to become a great emperor, looking at the myriad worlds, such a cultivator was extremely rare. The reason why the Red World Fairy could cultivate 3,000 types of 3,000 great Daos before becoming a great emperor, there was a reason. It was just that the outside world did not know what the Red World Fairy had experienced back then. Lin Feng continued to search the Imperial Azure Dragon's soul. He searched for memories related to Ziling, in the vast cloud of memories. Found it. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw Ziling, figure in the Imperial Azure Dragon's memories. It was a rainy day. A pitch-black bronze carriage descended from the sky. A mysterious man, wearing a bamboo hat, walked down from the bronze carriage. The Imperial Azure Dragon personally received the mysterious man. "Where is she?" The mysterious man asked. "Sir, please follow me." The Imperial Azure Dragon said respectfully. Lin Feng was very surprised. Who was that mysterious cultivator wearing a bamboo hat? The Imperial Azure Dragon had such an extraordinary identity. He was actually so respectful to him. This made Lin Feng feel very surprised. "Lead the way." The cultivator, wearing a bamboo hat, said with an indifferent expression. The Imperial Azure Dragon led the way in front. They entered a secret room. There were 3 girls imprisoned in this secret room. These 3 girls were all extremely beautiful and alluring. One of them, it was Ziling. "Sir, the girl in white has an immortal spirit body. The girl in black has a dark spirit body. And the girl in purple has the bloodline of the mysterious Indemonis." The Imperial Azure Dragon introduced the 3 people's physiques to the cultivator wearing a bamboo hat. These 3 physiques were very shocking and very rare. Any physique. It was enough to shock the world. "Good. Very good. I will put in a good word for you to the higher-ups," the cultivator wearing a bamboo hat said. "Thank you, sir," the Imperial Azure Dragon said excitedly. "Here are 10 creation immortal pills as a reward." The cultivator, wearing a bamboo hat, threw a porcelain bottle to the Imperial Azure Dragon. The Imperial Azure Dragon was overjoyed. after receiving the porcelain bottle containing the creation immortal pills. It was followed by a series of thanks, and the mysterious cultivator took Ling and the other two away. The bronze carriage streaked across the sky. It traveled through the void. In an instant, it disappeared. Who is this person? Lin Feng continued to search for the identity of the mysterious cultivator wearing a bamboo hat in the Imperial Azure Dragon's soul. However, just as Lin Feng was about to search for information about that existence, suddenly, Chapter 3270, this mysterious cultivator with a bamboo hat was the cultivator who appeared in the memory of the Imperial Azure Dragon. It was also this cultivator. He took Ling and the others away. You actually want to spy on my secret. You are simply courting death. The mysterious cultivator said in a cold voice. His eyes flickered with a dense killing intent. This didn't even seem to be a spiritual consciousness imprint. Instead, he vaguely sensed that someone was spying on his identity. Then, relying on that mysterious feeling, Yi Zichenhe revealed his imprint. This kind of method was truly superb, causing people to be shocked and moved. He really didn't know what cultivation level this person had to be able to control such a terrifying method. Boom! The cultivator with the bamboo had attacked and slapped Lin Feng with his palm. That terrifying palm contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. This existence wanted to destroy Lin Feng's soul. Now, Lin Feng's soul level had already reached the 5th heaven of the immortal emperor realm. He was powerful. Facing the attack of the cultivator with the bamboo hat, Lin Feng directly displayed the Lu Ya star observation chart. Buzz. Along with the sound of violent fluctuations, there was a loud sound. Lin Feng's soul turned into a Tao diagram. Then, this Tao diagram, it collided with the cultivator with the bamboo hat. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, a loud sound was heard. The attacks of both sides couldn't do anything to each other. Lin Feng was shocked. It was just an imprint that appeared from an endless distance, but it was actually so powerful. It was really unbelievable. It seemed that the mysterious cultivator behind the Imperial Azure Dragon, it must be an extremely unfathomable existence. He didn't know if he would be facing the Patriarch Destruction and the others. How was his combat strength? Chaos Ancient Lamp, quickly come to help. Lin Feng's spiritual consciousness moved. The primal chaos Ancient Lamp quickly flew out of his mind. Then, it entered the Imperial Azure Dragon's mind. Lin Feng's soul entered the Chaos Ancient Lamp. It directly activated the Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng's Chaos Ancient Lamp had already transformed into an Emperor weapon. The power of this supreme treasure was very strong. It had already reached a qualitative breakthrough and transformation. At this moment, the Chaos Ancient Lamp emitted streaks of chaos light that swept towards the cultivator with the bamboo hat. The cultivator with the bamboo hat waved his hand and swept towards the streaks of chaos light. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull collision sounds were heard. The two sides collided fiercely. Although the cultivator with the bamboo hat was only an imprint, it was extremely terrifying. It actually blocked more than 10 attacks from the Chaos Ancient Lamp. At that moment, Lin Feng's soul controlled the primal Chaos Ancient Lamp and moved towards the cultivator in the bamboo hat. The Chaos Ancient Lamp rapidly grew. In an instant, it turned into a 1,000-meter-tall tower. It was like a primordial immortal mountain moving in the void. The bamboo hat cultivator wanted to avoid the collision of the primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. A loud clanging sound was heard. After receiving a powerful attack from the Chaos Ancient Lamp, the cultivator with the bamboo hat gradually couldn't hold on. After all, the cultivator with the bamboo hat wasn't a real soul body. It was just an imprint that appeared through endless time and space. To be able to hold on until now, it was already extremely heaven-defying. The Chaos Ancient Lamp continued to attack the cultivator with the bamboo hat. But at this moment, the cultivator with the bamboo hat's body began to swell. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. The Chaos Ancient Lamp quickly flew out of the Imperial Azure Dragon's mind. Just as the Chaos Ancient Lamp rushed out of the Imperial Azure Dragon's mind, the cultivator with the bamboo hat's body instantly exploded. An energy storm swept up in the Imperial Azure Dragon's mind. It was an energy storm. It was enough to destroy everything. It was powerful. It was really shocking. Fortunately, Lin Feng's soul, which was hiding inside the Chaos Ancient Lamp, rushed out in time. Or else, he would have been drowned by that terrifying energy storm. Huff, huff. After Lin Feng's soul returned to his body, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was really too dangerous just now. Thinking about it now, he still had lingering fears. At this moment, the Imperial Azure Dragon's head had already drooped down. Lin Feng checked. The Imperial Azure Dragon had completely lost all vitality. It should be that when the cultivator in the bamboo hat's body self-destructed, it destroyed the soul of the Imperial Azure Dragon. This also cut off Lin Feng's clues. This cultivator in the bamboo hat is actually so powerful, his methods are really terrifying to an unbelievable extent. Now that the Imperial Azure Dragon is dead, I'm afraid no one knows the identity of the cultivator in the bamboo hat. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly because Ziling was taken away by the cultivator in the bamboo hat. Lin Feng didn't know the identity of the cultivator in the bamboo hat. He didn't even know the other party's identity, let alone rescue Ziling. The Demon Lord said. Actually, it's not that all the clues have been cut off. Oh, what do you mean? Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Do you still remember the creation immortal pill that the cultivator in the bamboo hat gave to the Imperial Azure Dragon? This kind of creation immortal pill is not something that anyone can refine. The word creation is too mysterious and profound. Moreover, the pill formulas of immortal pills are extremely rare. The pill formulas of immortal pills that are related to the word creation might be related to the path of creation. Therefore, cultivators who can refine the creation immortal pill are definitely extremely rare. This kind of pill formula is basically not leaked to the outside world. In the future, we can directly investigate who can refine the immortal transformation pill, and we can generally investigate the other party's background. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. The Demon Lord's words. It made him feel as if he was suddenly enlightened. Lin Feng asked through voice transmission, Demon Lord, where do you think that cultivator in the bamboo hat is from? His methods are so powerful. I suspect that existence is very likely a cultivator from a great world that is ranked extremely high in the 3,000 great worlds. The most likely great world is the Undying Realm. Why do you say so? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. The bronze carriage he was riding was made of obsidian magic copper. This kind of magic copper is extremely rare and can only be found in the Undying Realm. Moreover, it has basically not spread to other worlds. Therefore, I judge that the cultivator in the bamboo hat, it is very likely that he is from the Undying Realm. The Demon Lord said, Undying Realm? Soon. I will be going to this place. When the time comes, I will definitely investigate this matter to the bottom. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. The Demon Lord did not continue to communicate with Lin Feng. He sat alone on the lonely grave inside the demon bead, lost in thought. Undying Realm. I the Thousand Destruction Demon, Lord, am about to return. Those old friends from back then, are they all right now? The demon lord muttered. When he said the two words old friends, there was no warmth at all. His eyes instantly turned cold. In his eyes. Chapter 3271. Lin Feng ordered people to clean up the battlefield. The Huang Dao family was still extremely wealthy. All sorts of cultivation resources, refining materials, magic treasures, and so on were piled up like a mountain. These things, naturally, they all belonged to Lin Feng. The news of the Huang Dao family's destruction quickly spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Many forces also vaguely heard about the grudge between Lin Feng and the Huang Dao family. But they didn't expect. Lin Feng actually destroyed the Huang Dao family. This Lin Feng's character has always been domineering. He clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges, kills decisively, and has many experts under him. Destroying the Huang Dao family. It's not that surprising. I heard that the Huang Dao family still has a mysterious ancestor. That ancestor doesn't seem to be in the 9 prefectures. Now, that Lin Feng has destroyed the Huang Dao family. That ancestor won't let this matter rest. The Huang Dao family is such an ancient family. How much fate has they accumulated? But such a powerful fate isn't enough to turn this family into a safe place. This means that Lin Feng's fate alone is enough to destroy the Huang Dao family's fate. Lin Feng's fate is too powerful. Even though the Huang Dao family's ancestor is powerful, I'm afraid he won't be able to kill Lin Feng. In the end, he might die in Lin Feng's hands. Perhaps there really is such a possibility. Lin Feng has created too many miracles. Thus, no matter what happens to Lin Feng, I won't make a fuss about it. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures were all discussing this matter. At this time, Lin Feng was heading to the demon race's ancestral land to enter seclusion. The demon race's ancestral land could change the laws of time. Entering seclusion in the demon race's ancestral land was the best choice. He needed to properly comprehend the 3,000 great Daos that he had obtained. As for his wedding with Mu Xianshi, he left it to Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint to prepare. Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint had followed Lin Feng for the longest time. They were deeply trusted by Lin Feng. Lin Feng believed that the two of them would be able to do things perfectly. 3 years had passed in the monster race Holy Land, but only 1 month had passed in the outside world. Lin Feng cultivated in the monster race's Holy Land for 10 years. Only 3 months had passed in the outside world. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng's entire person seemed to have undergone a huge transformation. This change came from the fact that Lin Feng had successfully cultivated all 342 types of the 3,000 great Daos that he had previously obtained. A special aura appeared on his body. This kind of temperament added a sense of mystery to Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng's cultivation base had yet to break through to the Great Emperor realm, he was still a great emperor. However, Lin Feng had completely stabilized his foundation. The light of calamity on his glabella grew denser and denser. Those were the light of calamity. It was as if he could summon the thunder tribulation from the 9 heavens at any time. However, Lin Feng managed to suppress the tribulation light. He planned to continue consolidating his cultivation for a while. Furthermore, Lin Feng had previously set a goal for himself to cultivate 1,000 types of 3,000 grand Daos before breaking through to the Emperor realm. Now, Lin Feng had only cultivated 518 types of 3,000 grand Daos. There was still a certain gap from the goal he had set. Therefore, now, Lin Feng did not intend to break through to the Emperor realm. Moreover, although he had grasped the world's origin power, Lin Feng still felt that without a great opportunity, it would not be easy to break through to the Emperor realm with the help of the world's origin power. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng returned to the reincarnation immortal sect. The news of Lin Feng's upcoming marriage with Mu Xianshi had already spread throughout the 9 regions. Many people were discussing this marriage. However, what was surprising was that Mu Xianshi's status in the Mu clan was not high. No one knew why the Mu clan and Lin Feng were connected by marriage. It was actually a marriage between Mu Xianshi and Lin Feng, not a blessed girl like Mu Xianling. The outside world did not know what had happened between Lin Feng and Mu Xianling. Of course, Lin Feng and the Mu clan wouldn't spread the news. Lin Feng had many women. However, Lin Feng had never been married before. Now that Lin Feng was married, although these women did not say much. However, Lin Feng knew, in their hearts, there were also some ripples. Lin Feng loved his women very much. However, who did not want to be the first woman to marry Lin Feng? Even if they did not say it, their hearts still desired it very much. Fei, do you blame me in your heart? In the room, on the jade bed, Shangguan Fei snuggled in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng gently stroked Shangguan Fei's hair and asked, Shangguan Fei was one of Lin Feng's favorite women. When Lin Feng was 16 years old, she had already confirmed the relationship with Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng thought that the first woman he would marry would be Shangguan Fei. However, who would have thought that? The first woman he married would be Mu Xianshi. Naturally, Lin Feng also liked Mu Xianshi very much. Mu Xianshi was an extremely lovable woman. However, Mu Xianshi's position in Lin Feng's heart. After all, she could not be compared to Shangguan Fei. However, many times, some things would not develop according to his expectations. The Mu clan's old ancestors shed blood and fought for the 9 provinces. It is very admirable. Now that the Mu clan's old ancestors' life has come to an end, it is completely understandable that he wants to see my husband and sister Xianshi get married before he passes away. Fei can also understand the Mu clan's old ancestors' thoughts. Therefore, Fei will not blame my husband. In Fei's heart, my husband is a great hero who is on par with the Mu clan's old ancestor. Shangguan Fei said gently. Lin Feng hugged Shangguan Fei tightly in his arms. He said intimately, I don't want to be a great hero. I only hope to live a peaceful life with all of you. However, chaos is coming. I have no choice but to fight. Otherwise, it will be a miserable fate. I understand. When chaos is coming, who can be independent? Shangguan Fei muttered to herself. Lin Feng and Mu Xianshi's wedding was extremely grand. The Mu clan's old ancestor was extremely happy. His face was filled with relief. In the eyes of many, Lin Feng and Mu Xianshi's wedding, it could be said that the strong joined forces. The only one who was disappointed was Mu Xianling. Originally, it should be a marriage alliance between her and Lin Feng. However, Mu Xianling, who was arrogant by nature, looked down on Lin Feng. After causing a ruckus a few times, the engagement between both parties was dissolved. This was the reason for the marriage alliance between Lin Feng and Mu Xianshi. After the marriage, Lin Feng stayed in the 9 provinces for a year. The 9 provinces had regained its peace. New life and hope were born everywhere. Lin Feng felt that it was time to leave the 9 provinces. He planned to go to the legendary Undying World, the world that was ranked first in the 3,000 great worlds, the world that countless cultivators yearned for. That fleeting world was filled with too many mysteries and unknowns. Moreover, Lin Feng urgently wanted to go to the Undying World because there were many things that he needed to go to the undying world to find clues. For example, his mother was suppressed somewhere in the starry sky world. Chapter 3272. Lin Feng told the demon Lord about his plan to go to the undying realm. But Lin Feng did not expect that. The demon lord was against him going to the undying realm. Why? Lin Feng could not help but ask in confusion. The demon lord said, "First of all, the route to the undying realm is too dangerous. Unless you have some special methods or magical treasures, you will be surrounded by danger. It is very likely that you will die on the way. Secondly, your identity is too sensitive, and your father has such a deep grudge with the son of the heavenly emperor, Di Wudao. Once you go to the undying realm, with the power of the heavenly court, Di Wudao might know of your existence not long after you reach the undying realm. You haven't become an emperor, but you enter the undying realm. Isn't that courting death? Moreover, the grudge between the undying clan and your bloodline is too deep. The undying clan's power in the undying realm is extremely huge. You will not be able to hide from the undying clan when you reach the undying realm. At that time, the undying clan will definitely make a move. As for the other forces that are against you, I won't talk about them. Just these two forces alone should be enough for you to know how terrifying they are. Lastly, the undying realm is far more complicated than you think. Instead of going there to seek the opportunity to become an emperor, it is more reliable to become an emperor in the 9 prefectures. Therefore, if you want to go to the undying realm, I will naturally not object, but you should only go there after becoming an emperor. The demon lord usually did not speak much. Now that he said so much to Lin Feng, it was naturally because he treated Lin Feng as one of his own. That was why he said so much to persuade Lin Feng. Lin Feng also knew that the demon lord was doing this for his own good. But Lin Feng did not want to continue waiting. The undying realm. It was indeed like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. But Lin Feng could not wait to go to that dragon's pool and tiger's den to explore. The undying realm. There were too many secrets waiting for Lin Feng to uncover. There were many doubts in his heart. Perhaps after reaching the undying realm, he would be able to find the answer. Lin Feng said, "Although the journey through space is long and dangerous, I believe that I should be able to protect myself with my own means. I will try my best to find opportunities while traveling in the starry skies and break through to the great emperor realm. Once I break through to the great emperor realm in the starry skies, I will enter the undying realm. How about this?" The demon lord thought for a moment before replying. All right. Now, the demon lord had become a man of few words. Space travel. It was going to be a long journey, although he knew the starry sky map of the undying realm. However, the starry sky world was not immutable. The starry sky world, it was constantly changing. It was just that he did not know if the ancient starry sky map that had been passed down in the past could still find the undying realm. But it didn't matter if he could find it or not. They all needed to try before they could know what the final result would be. Lin Feng naturally couldn't bring so many of his women with him on this trip. His future was uncertain. The road ahead was unknown. Leaving them in the 9 regions to cultivate should be the best choice. The world of the 9 prefectures changed drastically, from decline to prosperity. Right now, it was already a holy land for cultivation. As such, Lin Feng wasn't worried about Shangguan Fair and the rest's cultivation. If he could gain a foothold in the undying realm in the future, he could bring Shangguan Fair and the rest to the undying realm. Before leaving, Lin Feng went to old Monster Mo's place. "If I leave, Senior, how will you contact me?" Lin Feng asked. Master Turtle had told Lin Feng before. After he cultivated the 8-9 arcane art to the peak level, he could ask Old Monster Mo to tell him what to do. If Lin Feng left, Lin Feng was worried that Old Monster Mo wouldn't be able to contact him. Old Monster Mo said, "You can leave without worry. I have a way to contact you." "All right." Lin Feng nodded. Then Lin Feng went to visit some elders or old friends. For example, the Mu family's patriarch, the Great Rock King, the Peacock King, the Fire Crow Taoist, the Stone Puppet King, and the others. He also went to visit the Patriarch of Destruction. However, everything within 100 miles of the immortal ancient mausoleum was covered by powerful restrictive spells. Lin Feng couldn't see the Patriarch of Destruction. Are these restrictions related to the Patriarch of Destruction? I wonder how the Patriarch of Destruction is now. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. There was a deep relationship between the Patriarch of Destruction and Lin Feng, and the Patriarch of Destruction was in danger of being cursed. Lin Feng was very worried. However, he couldn't help the Patriarch of Destruction fight against those terrifying curses. Lin Feng sighed and left the immortal ancient cemetery. Then, he returned to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect after bidding farewell to his woman and the people of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Lin Feng brought Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors to the Tianwu continent. At the same time, Lin Feng brought along Lung Wuxin, who had become a living corpse. Even Wu Tianchong couldn't cure Lung Wuxin's goo poison. Wu Tianchong said, the one who started the trouble needed to end it. He wanted to help Lung Wuxin dispel the goo poison. He also needed to find Lung Wushuang to help. Thus, Lin Feng brought Lung Wuxin and planned to head to the Palace of Cold Blood. Of course, other than helping Lung Wuxin dispel the goo poison, Lin Feng had another reason for heading to the Tianwu continent. Lin Feng was a cultivator born and raised in the Tianwu continent. Tianwu continent. There were too many memories that were hard to part with. Before leaving, Lin Feng wanted to take a good look at the mountains and rivers of the Tianwu continent. Moreover, now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased, he planned to take a look at a few places of death. It was said that there were huge secrets hidden in the Deathlands. However, no one could explore those secrets. Anyone who dared to explore the secrets of the Deathlands. In the end, they would often die miserably in the Deathlands. Lin Feng wanted to explore a few more Deathlands. He wondered if he could find out some secrets about the Deathlands. After returning to the Tianwu continent, Lin Feng first went to Huangling Er's burial ground and lit an incense stick for Huangling Er. Looking at Huangling Er's lonely grave, Lin Feng felt a faint sense of sadness in his heart. Ling Er, I'm here to see you. I'm about to leave the 9 provinces for the Undying Realm. I don't know when I'll come to see you again. Lin Feng said until here. His voice was choked with emotions. He did not continue speaking. He would never forget Huangling Er's appearance. But now, the beauty had passed away. Only sadness remained. After leaving Huangling Er's grave, Lin Feng flew towards the direction of the Palace of Cold Blood. Palace of Cold Blood, in the deepest part of the Arctic snowfield. It was just that he did not know how the Palace of Cold Blood was doing now. The Tianwu continent had already become a holy land for cultivation. Many sects had prospered. However, the most eye-catching sect in the Tianwu continent was the Azure Dragon Institute of the Eastern Divine Region, because the Azure Dragon Institute was where Lin Feng started. Now, there were many places in the Tianwu continent. There were temples dedicated to Lin Feng. Every day, countless people went to pay their respects to Lin Feng, and countless cultivators in the Tianwu continent viewed Lin Feng as their idol. On the way to the palace of Coldblood, Lin Feng passed by the Eastern Divine region. Chapter 3273. Back then, he had joined the Azure Dragon Institute from the small Jialan Academy. This was an important symbol of Lin Feng's journey from a small and remote city to the vast world of cultivators. Who would have thought, in just a few short decades after that stubborn youth left Jialan City, he had actually grown to such a terrifying realm? The news of the 9 provinces, war had long spread to the Sky Martial Continent. Knowing that the experts of the 10,000 races, foreign races, and other foreign forces were almost completely annihilated, the cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent were also jubilant. Currently, the Sky Martial Continent was flourishing. This made Lin Feng very gratified. This was the world he wished to see. On the way to the Azure Dragon Institute, Lin Feng saw many people rushing to the Azure Dragon Institute. There were young people who were traveling in groups. There were also young disciples who were being escorted by their families. Many people were excitedly discussing the Azure Dragon Institute. People were talking about Lin Feng. Whenever Lin Feng was mentioned, whether it was the older people or the younger ones, they would all be extremely excited. Lin Feng was a cultivator born and raised in the Sky Martial Continent. He was like a dazzling star that illuminated the world. Moreover, Lin Feng had driven away the 10,000 races, foreign races, and other foreign forces that had invaded the Sky Martial Continent. He had restored peace to the Sky Martial Continent. Thus, countless people in the Sky Martial Continent viewed Lin Feng as a great hero in their hearts. And among the girls of the Sky Martial Continent, there was even a widespread saying, if you want to marry the Lin family. The Lin family referred to Lin Feng. The meaning of this sentence was that if a woman wanted to marry, she had to marry a man like Lin Feng. From this, it could be seen how high Lin Feng's status was in the Sky Martial Continent. He was not only the goal of countless male cultivators. He was also the unparalleled hero of countless female cultivators' dreams. During the Great War, the ancient cities in the divine continent of the East Province had basically been destroyed. Thus, the Azure Dragon Institute was no longer in its original location. Now, the Azure Dragon Institute's master, Dongfang Jintian, had found a place where the 9 dragon veins gathered. This was a good place. The place where the dragon veins gathered could continuously devour the chi of heaven and earth. It could protect the sect. That way, the sect could continue to develop. Lin Feng, the poison ancestor, the evil Zun saint, and the 2 ghost emperors flew through the forest towards the Azure Dragon Institute. Suddenly at this moment, the roar of a dragon came from a huge mountain range. Many people were attracted to it. Next, endless lava erupted from a volcano in the depths of the mountain range. In the magma world, a huge monster appeared. It was a giant flaming snake. Now, it had grown dragon horns and 4 limbs. This flaming serpent seemed to want to transform into a dragon. Under normal circumstances, all snake-type creatures would first transform into flood dragons. Then, the flood dragon transformed into a dragon. Of course, there were also some snake-type creatures that couldn't transform into flood dragons. Instead, he directly transformed into a dragon. I can't believe I actually encountered a giant flaming snake transforming into a dragon. This is truly a rare occurrence. Many people couldn't help but exclaim, "Fire serpent! His aura soared to the heavens." This caused the unobjectionable cultivators to involuntarily reveal aghast expressions. So, in the distance, a woman flew over with a huge bow in her hand. That huge bow was extraordinary. It contained an endless amount of killing power. That woman, dressed in white, she was as otherworldly as an immortal. She directly pulled the bow and shot an arrow. The energy of heaven and earth from all directions quickly gathered. Then it condensed into an energy arrow and shot towards the giant flaming serpent that was transforming into a dragon. It's not a human. It should be a starry sky race, Duzu said, because there was a special rune between the woman's eyebrows. That was a symbol of the starry sky race, but it was unknown what race the woman was from. Whether it was the 9 regions or the Tianwu continent, there were naturally some cultivators from the starry sky world who had yet to leave. This group of people might be very confident in themselves, or they might hide it very well, or there might be some other reasons. Thus, they did not leave. The woman in front of him was most likely one of them. Puff! The energy arrow shot by the woman was incomparably terrifying, directly piercing through the body of the giant flaming serpent. Screech! The giant flaming serpent let out an incomparably mournful cry. Following that, the giant flaming serpent spat out fireballs one after another, blasting towards the woman. But that woman's cultivation was very strong. Her speed was also very agile. She dodged the giant flaming serpent's attacks again and again. Then she continued to pull the bow and shoot. 9 arrows in a row. She wanted to shoot the giant flaming serpent to death. The giant flaming serpent was naturally not a match for this woman and could not help but let out a wail. Just as the giant flaming serpent was about to be shot to death by the woman, in front of the giant flaming serpent, the air trembled slightly. A figure appeared. The person who appeared was Lin Feng. Lin Feng flicked his finger. Clang, clang, clang. The 9 arrows were completely shattered. Why did you stop me? Could it be that you want to snatch the prey from this young lady? The woman looked angrily at Lin Feng. It's extremely difficult for a giant snake to transform into a dragon. You shouldn't have harmed its life, Lin Feng said indifferently. Then he glanced at the woman and said, the cultivators of the starry sky race should leave the Tianwu continent as soon as possible. This is not a place where you should stay. Humph! The world is so big. This young lady can go wherever she wants. The woman snorted coldly, looking extremely arrogant. This woman most likely had an extraordinary background and was arrogant because she was pampered. However, her appearance was extremely outstanding. He. Duzu laughed strangely and said, Young master, do you want to capture this girl and make her your personal servant? Shameless. The woman pulled the bow and was about to shoot at Duzu. This was because she understood the meaning behind Duzu's words. Naturally, she was furious. At this moment, a beautiful woman stepped out of the void and grabbed the woman's wrist. Master, the woman quickly bowed to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman nodded and looked at Lin Feng, saying, Just now, my disciple did not know the severity of the matter and offended young master. I apologize to young master on behalf of my disciple. This time I came to the Tianwu continent and am only passing by. I will be staying for a short while and will be leaving soon. The beautiful woman had a voluptuous figure. She was a top-grade beauty. Moreover, her aura was strong. She should be an emperor with a high cultivation realm. Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of peerless beauties. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the beautiful woman. What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't dig out your eyeballs? The beautiful woman's disciple had a fiery temper, glaring fiercely at Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored her. He nodded at the beautiful woman. Then he stepped into the void and walked in the direction of the Azure Dragon Institute. Duzu, the evil sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors followed closely behind Lin Feng. The 5 of them disappeared without a trace. The beautiful woman's charming eyes were fixed on Lin Feng's departing figure. Chapter 3274. After the beautiful woman and the man left, the surrounding people began to discuss among themselves. Who are these people? They seem to be quite powerful. The one with the weakest cultivation should be the woman who tried to kill the flaming snake with the bow, right? How powerful is the flaming snake after transforming into a dragon? That woman was actually able to kill the flaming snake. That shows how powerful she is. There's no need to talk about the rest. That young master seems to be a cultivator from the Tianwu continent. He's quite handsome. I wonder if he has a lover. Didn't she say that she wouldn't marry anyone other than Lin Feng? What? Now that she's taken a fancy to another outstanding young master, she's starting to act like a love-struck fool? Who's acting like a love-struck fool? I'm just curious. Lin Feng naturally couldn't hear these discussions. What happened before? He didn't take it to heart. He saved the flaming snake because Lin Feng didn't want to see a flaming snake that was about to transform into a dragon get killed just like that. He didn't think too much about anything else. Master, why did you apologize to those people? Who does that brat think he is? Is he worthy of Master's apology? The white-clothed woman said, unhappily, she was very young. Perhaps it was because she was too young. Thus, she was also incomparably arrogant and had a high and mighty attitude. The beautiful woman said, there's always someone better. That young master isn't an ordinary person. Perhaps Master has made a mistake at times. The white-clothed woman said, the beautiful woman said, there are 4 great emperors by his side. Furthermore, those 4 great emperors clearly respect him very much. The great emperor who spoke called him young master. For a great emperor to call him young master, can you imagine how extraordinary his identity is? The white-clothed woman was surprised because she couldn't see the cultivation of Du Zhu and the others. After the baptism of the war in the 9 states, Du Zhu and the others' cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. They had all broken through to the immortal emperor realm. As for the evil sovereign sage, his cultivation had risen to the peak of the immortal emperor realm. The great emperors of the 9 states were different from the great emperors of other places. It wasn't just because the great emperors of the 9 states were stronger than the great emperors of other places. There was another point. The great emperors of the 9 states seemed to break through much faster than the great emperors of other places. As for the reason, no one could explain it. Maybe that guy is just a rich second young master. I've seen a lot of this kind. Although he has a superpower backing him, he doesn't have much strength himself, said the woman in white clothes. She seemed to remember that Lin Feng had blocked her attack, and now they were saying that Lin Feng didn't have much strength. He wished he could find Lin Feng and compete with him. Many hidden experts and the 5 ancestors of the myriad races have died here. When you are in the 9 prefectures, try to keep a low profile and not cause any trouble. Master had never been so serious with her before. Yes, your disciple will remember. The white-clothed woman hurriedly said. Her hatred for Lin Feng deepened, because she felt the reason her master spoke to her in such a serious tone was entirely because of Lin Feng. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the Azure Dragon Institute, looking from afar. Inside the forest, dragon chi roiled and purple clouds spat out. It was truly a cultivation, holy land. In the forest surrounding the Azure Dragon Institute, crowds of people had gathered. Lin Feng recalled the scene when he first joined the Azure Dragon Institute. He couldn't help but smile. These people, they were about to face the Azure Dragon Institute's harsh assessment. those who could stay. After all, they were only a small portion. The majority, they would probably be eliminated. At this time, more than a dozen cultivators flew out from the Azure Dragon Institute. The one leading them was an old man. The old man shouted, "Students and family members who came to participate in the assessment, please follow this old man to the square to register. The assessment will begin in 3 days." The moment the old man's voice fell, in an instant, the grand array was activated. The surrounding young disciples who came to participate in the assessment, as well as their family members, rushed into the Azure Dragon Institute. After entering the Azure Dragon Institute, there was a huge square. On top of that huge square, there was a statue standing tall in front of him. That statue, it was a young man. That young man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, handsome and extraordinary. There was a faint smile on his face. That faint smile, it was like the warm sunlight in winter, warming people's hearts. Lin Feng. Quickly look, it's Lin Feng's statue. Someone pointed at the statue. Countless people looked at the statue on top of the square. This is the first time I've seen Lin Feng's statue. Lin Feng is so handsome. Should be marrying the Lin family's son. I really want to marry Lin Feng. Many young girls couldn't help blushing, exclaiming excitedly. Looking at Lin Feng's statue, their eyes were filled with deep adoration, whereas the male cultivators were looking at Lin Feng, similarly excited. They finally saw the legendary existence. Their emotions surged. How they wanted to be like Lin Feng, able to move unhindered between heaven and earth, to become a peerless hero. Guys, look, that person looks like Lin Feng. Suddenly, someone pointed in the distance. Many people looked over. Then, everyone's face revealed an extremely shocked expression, because they saw the young master walking toward the depths of the Azure Dragon Institute. His appearance was almost identical to Lin Feng. It's him. He saved a giant flame serpent that was transforming into a dragon in the forest outside. That's right. I saw it too. This person's cultivation is extremely terrifying. He wouldn't be Lin Feng, right? Many people exclaimed excitedly. Even more than a dozen elders revealed shocked and excited expressions when they saw Lin Feng. You guys wait here. I'll go report to the Institute Lord. The great elder in charge of the recruitment said excitedly. Then he quickly left. Soon, the news of Lin Feng's return to the Azure Dragon Institute spread like wildfire. The entire Azure Dragon Institute was in an uproar. Countless people wanted to see Lin Feng, this legendary existence. And at this time, in the depths of the Azure Dragon Institute, beautiful flute music sounded. The flute music contained the sound of the great Tao. This song was called the Nine Immortals Meditation Song, playing for Lin Feng. Everyone was immersed in the beautiful flute music. Their mood was no longer impetuous. When the song ended, countless people felt as if they were baptized by the great Tao. Everyone benefited immensely. Chapter 3275. Inside the main hall, everyone sat down. Many of Lin Feng's old friends were here. For example, Lin Feng's array formation teacher, Sun Tiantu, in the Indigo Institute, Vice Principal Gong Yang, and the others were also in the Azure Dragon Institute. Now, they were working in the Azure Dragon Institute. Together, they rebuilt the Azure Dragon Institute. Other than that, the former Azure Dragon Institute principal, many grand elders, and others were also present. After the song ended, everyone came back to their senses from that mysterious state. Sun Tiantu said with relief, "Feng, Er's song. It's really beautiful, calming one's heart." Tian Xian said, "Knowing that Feng has returned, many people went crazy. Countless people seem to have gone crazy. So I can use this song to calm everyone down. I hope it can help them. Cultivation still requires a calm heart. Lin Feng said. After everyone dispersed, Lin Feng and Sun Tiantu were alone. Sun Tiantu led Lin Feng into the path of a spirit array master. If there was no Sun Tiantu in the past, perhaps there wouldn't be the current Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng was incomparably grateful and respectful towards Sun Tiantu. Teacher, how have you been these years? Lin Feng asked. Everything is good. I can see the prosperity of the Sky Martial continent. All the major forces are living in harmony. My heart is comforted, Sun Tiantu said. Said Lin Feng. Indeed, that's what I'm looking forward to. Lin Feng then took out a storage ring. There were many cultivation resources inside, as well as an emperor weapon that Lin Feng had snatched from an emperor. In the previous battle, Lin Feng had snatched 5 emperor weapons. 3 of them were left for Shangguan Feier and the others to protect themselves. He still had 2 on him. One was called the mysterious Dao Bell. The other was called the Netherworld Blade. Lin Feng gave Sun Tiantu the Netherworld Blade. Teacher, please accept these things as a token of appreciation from this disciple. Lin Feng handed the storage ring to Sun Tiantu. Keep these things for yourself. Sun Tiantu said. He revealed a gratified expression and said, It's good that you think of me in your heart. Leaving these things to me would be a waste. Sun Tiantu's cultivation base had just reached the God realm. After the great change in heaven and earth, his cultivation did not advance too quickly. It wasn't that Sun Tiantu wasn't talented enough. Instead, it was because he had spent most of his time studying formations. As such, there wouldn't be much time for cultivation. Naturally, it was difficult for his cultivation to improve quickly. Everyone's energy was limited. It was difficult to do many things at the same time. A heaven-defying genius like Lin Feng. After all, there were too few people who could take care of so many things. How could it be a waste? This disciple still hopes that in the future, teacher can also step into the emperor realm and attain immortality. Lin Feng said. Sun Tiantu finally nodded. He put the things away. That night, when they were resting, suddenly a demonic wind blew. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He came to the door. He opened the door. He saw a giant flaming dragon floating in the demonic wind. That giant flaming dragon was transformed from the giant flaming snake from before. After seeing Lin Feng appear, the giant flaming dragon directly spewed out a ball of flame. In that ball of flame, it was wrapped in something. That thing, it turned out to be a fire lotus. When he saw the fire lotus, Lin Feng was very surprised. The fire dragon flew over. It offered the fire lotus. Was it here to repay the kindness? Lin Feng accepted the fire lotus, and the fire dragon's huge body stretched out. Then it quickly flew into the distance. Its speed was as fast as lightning. It swept up endless demonic wind and soon disappeared from sight. The fire dragon left. Lin Feng returned to his room. He carefully observed the lotus that the fire dragon gave him. After some research, Lin Feng discovered that fire lotus was very special. It had a total of 9 petals, and each petal had a dragon pattern on it. Those dragon patterns were connected together. It looked like a giant flaming dragon. What kind of lotus is this? Lin Feng was very surprised. This was the first time he had seen this kind of lotus. He didn't know the origin of this lotus. This is the Holy Fire Dragon Lotus, an extremely rare holy lotus. Legend has it that the lotus seed of the Holy Fire Dragon Lotus is one of the best treasures of heaven and earth to cultivate the dragon race. If a dragon race creature swallows the lotus seed of the Holy Fire Dragon Lotus, their cultivation will increase greatly. And the most important thing is not the increase in cultivation, but the increase in potential. The Holy Fire Dragon Lotus can stimulate the dragon race's potential, greatly increase the dragon race's talent, and even stimulate the dragon race creature to awaken the dormant dragon race's ancestral bloodline. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect this lotus to have such an extraordinary origin and use. This lotus was really too amazing. The giant flaming dragon didn't use it himself, but offered it to him. This made Lin Feng very surprised. I guess it might have felt the aura of the dragon egg from you. In addition, the giant flaming dragon is grateful to you for saving its life. Therefore, it offered the sacred object. The Demon Lord continued. The dragon egg was obtained by Lin Feng in the mysterious temple of the demon race's holy land. The dragon egg he obtained was extremely extraordinary. Lin Feng had always wanted to hatch that dragon egg. However, that dragon egg showed no signs of hatching. When the Demon Lord tried to touch the dragon egg, it was directly sent flying by the dragon egg. From this, one could see how extraordinary this dragon egg was. Lin Feng and the Demon Lord even suspected that this dragon egg might be the dragon egg of the ancestor dragon. Yes, we can use the lotus seed of the Holy Fire Dragon Lotus to cultivate that mysterious dragon egg. I wonder if it can hatch that dragon egg? Lin Feng couldn't help but say, even if it couldn't hatch that mysterious dragon egg, as long as it could make that mysterious dragon egg show signs of hatching, it could be considered to have played a huge role. Lin Feng reached out and lightly touched the Holy Fire Lotus. Suddenly, the petals of the Holy Fire Lotus began to scatter to the sides. In the blink of an eye, the refinement of the Holy Fire Lotus had completely scattered. There were a total of 9 ripe, fiery red lotus seeds inside. Lin Feng moved his divine thought. The dragon egg flew out of the mountain river ring. The dragon egg floated in midair. After sensing the aura of the Holy Fire Lotus seed, waves of violent fluctuations were emitted from the dragon egg. Lin Feng had already sacrificed a drop of blood to the dragon egg before. Therefore, he had already formed a close connection with the dragon egg. At this moment, Lin Feng felt the emotions of the dragon egg. It was an extremely excited emotion. Lin Feng took out a lotus seed. Then, he hurriedly refined the lotus seed into the purest form of energy. And that pure energy, it was directly swallowed by the suction force emitted from the dragon egg. After swallowing the energy of the Holy Fire Lotus seed, dense dragon patterns suddenly appeared on the surface of the dragon egg's shell. Every dragon pattern seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. There were a total of 99 dragon patterns. Chapter 3276. Why do these dragon patterns contain such terrifying energy? Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly used runes to seal the world. The powerful runes completely sealed the room. The terrifying aura of the dragon patterns didn't spread out. If the terrifying aura of the dragon patterns spread out, who knew how serious the consequences would be? At that time, countless people would probably be shocked to death by the aura of the dragon patterns. These dragon patterns are too ancient. I've never seen such ancient and complicated dragon patterns. The Demon Lord couldn't help but take a deep breath when he saw the dragon patterns. When he first obtained this dragon egg, the dragon egg also had dragon patterns on it, but at that time, there weren't as many dragon patterns as there were now, and they weren't as powerful as the current dragon patterns. And at that time, the dragon patterns were quickly withdrawn and disappeared. Lin Feng didn't have a way to study it in detail. Now, after absorbing the energy of the flame lotus seed, so many dragon patterns appeared. It was really unbelievable. It was shocking. One had to know. Now, the power of these dragon patterns hadn't been released. They had only released some of their aura. It was already so terrifying. If the power of the dragon patterns was released, how terrifying would it be? Think about it. They all felt that it was inconceivable. At this time, Lin Feng felt a strong emotion being emitted from the dragon egg. It was an emotion of desire. Dragon egg. It was extremely eager to continue devouring the energy of the flame lotus seed. The flame lotus seed was indeed one of the holy items to nurture the dragon race. It seemed that it could play an extremely important role in the dragon egg. Lin Feng took out the second flame lotus seed. Then, he refined the second flame lotus seed. The pure energy of the second flame lotus seed was quickly devoured by the dragon egg. After devouring the second flame lotus seed's pure energy, Su Chen's eyes lit up. The dragon egg emitted an even more intense fluctuation and excitement. The little dragon in the dragon egg seemed to have woken up. Is it really the descendant of the ancestor dragon? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. This dragon egg was simply too extraordinary. If it was really the dragon egg of the ancestor dragon, in the future, after hatching successfully, it wouldn't become the fourth ancestor dragon, right? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but become extremely excited. He continued to help the dragon egg refine the flame lotus seed. The third flame lotus seed, the fourth flame lotus seed, the fifth flame lotus seed, the sixth flame lotus seed, the seventh flame lotus seed, the eighth flame lotus seed, the ninth flame lotus seed. The 9 flame lotus seeds were all refined by Lin Feng into pure energy. As for the pure energy, they were all devoured by the dragon egg. The aura of a dragon egg. It was becoming more and more powerful. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the dragon egg's shell began to crack. Is it going to hatch? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He stared at the dragon egg without blinking. The dragon egg began to crack along the lines of the 99 dragon patterns. Numerous cracks could be seen. In the end, those cracks weren't completely cracked. The dragon tattoos disappeared one after another. It's still a little lacking. Lin Feng said, "Eat, eat, eat." A childish voice came from inside the dragon egg. Little dragon's voice. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Little dragon had yet to hatch, but it could already speak. What an amazing talent. Eat, eat, eat. Xiaolong repeated those words intermittently. This little guy obviously wanted to eat. Now, the flame lotus seed had been used up. Lin Feng took out a holy fruit that was more than 100,000 years old and refined it for the dragon egg to devour. Eat, eat, eat. Lotus. Lotus, lotus, lotus. Seed. Little dragon's childish voice continued to come out from the dragon egg. This little guy wasn't old. It knew a lot of things. The flame lotus seed was a holy object. There were a total of 9. They had all been devoured by the dragon egg. Where could Lin Feng find the flame lotus seed now? Lin Feng said, "The flame lotus seed has been finished. Let's eat something else." Sleep, sleep, sleep. Little dragon's voice came out from the dragon egg again. Swish. There was a flash of light. The dragon egg disappeared. It returned to the mountain river ring by itself. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This little guy was really picky about food. It didn't even look at the holy fruit that was more than 100,000 years old. It seemed like this little guy's requirements for food were extremely high. This time, the dragon egg devoured a few flame lotus seeds, although the little guy had yet to be born. But this time, Lin Feng was still very happy because little dragon was not far from being born. Maybe he could find 1 or 2 more precious heavenly treasures. Little dragon would be able to hatch at that time. Lin Feng had always wanted to know if little dragon was the descendant of the ancestral dragon. At that time, everything would be revealed. The next day, Lin Feng Duzu, the evil sovereign saint, and the two ghost emperors left the Azure Dragon Institute. They continued to head north. They headed to the extreme north to look for the Palace of Cold Blood. The extreme north was as cold as ever. Snow fell here all year round. The palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood, Long Wushuang, would only wake up once every 1,000 years. However, Lin Feng didn't mind waking Long Wushuang up. I wonder if Yuan Beixian is still in the extreme north. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. Back then, Lin Feng had gone to the extreme north to meet Yuan Beixian. He had also roughly understood the grudges between Yuan Beixian and Long Wushuang. Yuan Beixian had been staying in the extreme north, perhaps because he wanted to protect Long Wushuang. Under the curtain of night, Lin Feng saw the dilapidated courtyard amidst the white snow. It's a joy to have friends from afar. Yuan Beixian's voice sounded from the room. Ha 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 ha! Uncle Yuan, I specially brought a lot of good wine today. We must get drunk. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He pushed open the door. Inside the room, the main door faced a hall. There was a grill. There was a large pot on top of the grill. There were all kinds of meat in the pot. Yuan Beixian sat alone beside the grill, eating meat and drinking wine. When he saw Lin Feng enter, he smiled and said, "Coming at the right time is better than coming early. I had just started to take a sip or two, and you actually came over." Lin Feng laughed and said, "It seems like the heavens are destined to let me and Uncle Yuan get drunk tonight." Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the two ghost emperors also walked in. They surrounded the grill with Lin Feng. The 6 of them ate meat and drank wine. Chapter 3277. Snow fluttered in the air. Lin Feng looked into the distance. That area, it was shrouded in restrictions all year round. That was where the Palace of Cold Blood was located. The restrictions of the Palace of Cold Blood aren't easy to break. It's extremely terrifying. Yuan Beixian said. Lin Feng nodded. I know, but no matter what, I plan to give it a try. Long Wushuang has indeed gone mad. She's even willing to harm her own sister. Yuan Beixian shook his head. He had guarded this place for many years, so he knew Long Wushuang very well. However, Yuan Beixian had never thought that Long Wushuang would do things to this extent. Lin Feng said, "You've guarded this place for so many years. What have you been thinking all these years?" "I'm thinking about that once innocent girl. I just don't know if her innocence came from her heart," Yuan Beixian said. "Uncle's heart has begun to waver?" Lin Feng asked. Yuan Beixian shook his head. "I've never wavered. I still love her. It's the best thing for a lover to finally get married." Lin Feng sighed. "Perhaps sooner or later, Uncle will be able to resolve this misunderstanding with Long Wushuang. Who knows? So many years have passed. It hasn't been resolved yet. Perhaps there won't be another chance, right?" Yuan Beixian said. "Uncle, what do you mean?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He had a feeling that Yuan Beixian's words had a hidden meaning. He seemed to want to express something else. However, he didn't say it explicitly. Yuan Beixian said, "When the time comes, you will naturally know." Lin Feng understood Yuan Beixian's character. Since he didn't want to say it, he wanted to ask for the reason. That was almost impossible. "I'm going to break the formation," Lin Feng said. "Go, but be careful," Yuan Beixian reminded. Lin Feng nodded. Then he flew toward the Palace of Cold Blood with Du Zhu, the evil sovereign sage, and the two ghost emperors. The Palace of Cold Blood was surrounded by restrictions, so they couldn't see it at all. The only thing that could be seen was the terrifying restrictions that densely covered the void. This kind of restriction would only be activated once every 1,000 years. And in 1,000 years, It was also the time when the palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood woke up. In fact, there was another saying in the outside world, which was also a widely known saying. The palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood, Lung Wushuang, would only awaken once every 100,000 years. But in reality, this statement was not correct. The palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood would awaken once every 1,000 years, but the duration of her awakening was extremely short. At the very least, it would only take a few breaths of time for it to fall asleep again. Even if it was longer, it could only last for 7 or 8 minutes before falling into a deep sleep again. As such, awakening once in 1,000 years. The palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood could not leave the Palace of Cold Blood in such a short time. And once every 100,000 years, the palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood, Lung Wushuang, could remain awake for a month. She had plenty of time to get out and about. This was the reason why it was widely rumored that the palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood would awaken once every 100,000 years. Lin Feng knew that Lung Wushuang only woke up once every 1,000 years from Lung Wuxin. The restriction that enveloped the Palace of Cold Blood was extremely powerful. Lin Feng studied the deployment spells for a while and realized that it was extremely difficult to break the deployment spells. However, Lin Feng's formation skills were extremely high. He felt that with his formation skills, it was only a matter of time before he broke the restriction. "I hope everything goes well for you," Yuan Beixian muttered to himself. Then he returned to his residence. This Yuan Beixian is no ordinary person. Although he hides his strength well, his aura is extremely terrifying. The palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood actually made him worry for so long. Just what kind of person is the palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood? Duzu couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Feng continued to study the restriction around the Palace of Cold Blood as he spoke. The palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood is a peerless beauty, but her heart is like that of a snake and scorpion. In the past, she was a pair of lovers with Uncle Yuan Beixian. However, there was a misunderstanding between them. It is said that Lung Wushuang has a suspicious nature. She suspected that Senior Yuan Beixian had an ambiguous relationship with her sister, so she captured her sister and imprisoned her to interrogate her about her relationship with Yuan Beixian. Lung Wushuang's sister and Yuan Beixian were innocent, so she naturally wouldn't admit it. However, with Lung Wushuang's suspicious nature, she didn't believe it at all. Thus, she continued to torture her sister. In the end, Lung Wushuang's sister admitted that she had an affair with Yuan Beixian. Lung Wushuang then killed her sister and broke off her relationship with Yuan Beixian. All these years, she has always wanted to kill Yuan Beixian. However, Yuan Beixian loves her very much and has always been waiting outside the Palace of Cold Blood. There's such a complicated story. Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign sage, and the two ghost emperors were astonished. Lin Feng nodded and said, "The most terrifying thing between lovers is to suspect the other party of being unfaithful. Once the other party is suspected of being unfaithful, it will definitely lead to a series of terrifying consequences." Lung Wushuang is a living example. The evil sovereign sage said, "This woman is indeed ruthless." The saying that a woman's heart is the most poisonous is indeed true. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders. He said, "This sentence is ambiguous. Even the most poisonous woman's heart has to be divided. Many women are very kind-hearted." In the next few days, Lin Feng continued to break through the restrictions of the Palace of Cold Blood. Until that night, a rain of blood actually fell from the extreme north. This was the northernmost part of the Sky Martial Continent. It was so cold. There was only heavy snow. It should be impossible for rain to fall. But now, yet, there was a rain of blood here. Following that, The cold wind howled. A woo-woo, woo-woo sound came from the wind. It was so eerie and terrifying. Something's not right. Lin Feng frowned. Look, over there. Suddenly, Du Zhu pointed into the distance. Du Zhu pointed in the direction of Yuan Beishuan's residence. Not good. Something terrible must have happened. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He thought of what Yuan Beixian had said to him before. At that time, Lin Feng felt that Yuan Beixian was implying something. But Yuan Beixian didn't say it out loud. Now that he saw the change in the distance, Lin Feng felt Yuan Beixian must have known that something was about to happen to him. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Suddenly, a violent wind swept through the world. It directly swept towards Lin Feng, Du Zhu, the evil sovereign sage, and the two ghost emperors. That gale wanted to tear apart the bodies of Lin Feng's group of 5. Hurricane Pearl. Lin Feng quickly took out the Hurricane Pearl and stopped the violent wind that was sweeping through the world. TSK, 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 TSK. Chapter 3278. Even though he didn't know what had happened, but when he heard that eerie and terrifying laughter, he was shocked. Lin Feng felt that something terrible must have happened to Yuan Beixian. Fortunately, the Hurricane Pearl was able to stop the huge storm. Lin Feng's group of 5 quickly rushed towards Yuan Beishuan's residence. However, by the time they arrived, it was already too late. The wind that swept through the world finally dissipated. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at Yuan Beishuan's residence, they found that Yuan Beixian was nowhere to be found. Blood. Du Zhu pointed in a direction of the courtyard. There was blood there, melting the snow. Whose blood is it? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Could it be Yuan Beishuan's blood? Evil Sovereign Saint said, perhaps it's really possible. Du Zhu couldn't help but say. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy and ugly. Yuan Beixian had a deep relationship with him. Now, Yuan Beixian had actually disappeared. Who was the existence that appeared in the blood rain? Could it be that even an expert like Yuan Beixian couldn't fight against it? Should he say, Yuan Beixian had already suffered a calamity? Let's split up and see if there are any clues. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, yes. Everyone nodded. Then they quickly split up to search for Yuan Beishuan's whereabouts. Lin Feng searched for a total of 10 days. However, he couldn't find any clues about Yuan Beixian. After meeting up with Du Zhu, Evil Sovereign Saint, and the two ghost emperors, he found that Du Zhu and the others couldn't find any clues either. We've already done our best for this matter. Young master, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Du Zhu said. Evil Sovereign Saint said, yes, young master. Everyone has their own destiny. What should happen will happen in the end. Others can't help much. Lin Feng nodded and said, I understand what you're saying. It's just that seeing an old friend disappear like this makes me feel depressed. Then Lin Feng sighed. There were too many things in this world. It made people feel helpless. There were too many things. It made people feel very helpless, and they did not know where to start. Just like what happened to Yuan Beixian today. Since it had already happened, he had to face it. One should look forward, not backward. In the end, Lin Feng calmed himself down. Together with Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign holy sage, and the two ghost emperors, they returned to the Palace of Cold Blood. He continued to break the restrictions of the Palace of Cold Blood. It took about 10 days. Lin Feng finally tore apart the restrictions of the Palace of Cold Blood. He entered the Palace of Cold Blood with Du Zhu, the evil dominator holy, and the two ghost emperors. As soon as he entered the Palace of Cold Blood, numerous flying swords slashed at him. There were more than 1,000 flying swords, and they were extremely powerful. In the distance, the female cultivators from the Palace of Cold Blood controlled their flying swords to attack Lin Feng's group of 5. "Young master, let me play with these little girls." The poison ancestor grinned as he spoke. Du Zhu opened his hand, and terrifying beams of light were shot out by Du Zhu. Clang, clang, clang. The beams of light collided with the flying swords of the female cultivators from the Palace of Cold Blood, and the flying swords were sent flying. Then Du Zhu opened his hand. A huge palm was formed. Du Zhu grabbed all the flying swords in his hand. Huff! Then Du Zhu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of gas. Soon, the female cultivators from the Palace of Cold Blood went limp and fell to the ground. "There's poison in the air," someone reminded. However, it was too late for the others to swallow the antidote. In fact, even if they swallowed the antidote, it might not be able to neutralize Du Zhu's poison. Seeing the group of female cultivators lying limply on the ground, the poison ancestor smiled and said, "I heard that the women of the Palace of Cold Blood have all given up on love. However, if something romantic were to happen between you two, I wonder if you would feel the 7 emotions and 6 desires. You dare?" The expressions of the female cultivators from the Palace of Cold Blood changed drastically. "Stop teasing them. Tell the person in charge to come out," Lin Feng said. The poison ancestor nodded and said, "Where's the person in charge? Quickly show yourself. Otherwise, we might do something outrageous to these celestial maidens that are as beautiful as flowers." Whoosh! At that moment, there was a flash of light. An old woman appeared. The old woman looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze and said, "Lin Gongzi, when you broke the formation, I didn't use the formation to attack you. After Lin Gongzi entered the formation, you ordered your subordinates to harm the people of the Palace of Cold Blood. What is the meaning of this?" Lin Feng said, "Du Zhu didn't harm them. He only temporarily made them lose the ability to attack. When I broke the formation, I sensed Granny's aura. Since Granny didn't use the formation to attack us, it means that we can sit down and talk. The Palace of Cold Blood doesn't welcome Lin Gongzi. Before the Palace Lord wakes up, Lin Gongzi should leave quickly." The old woman said. Lin Feng said, "I came here because I have something important to discuss." "Oh, something important. What is it?" The old woman couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng said, "Judging from Granny's age, you must have watched Lung Wu Shuang and Lung Wuxing grow up, right?" The old woman nodded. However, she didn't say anything else. Lin Feng said, "Granny, you should know that Lung Wu Shuang poisoned Lung Wuxing, right?" "I know," the old woman said. "Xian is poisoned. Only Lung Wu Shuang can save her," Lin Feng said. "Sigh." The old woman sighed. "Back then, when the Palace Lord poisoned Third Mist to kill Lin Gongzi, I knew it was impossible. Now, it seems like my prediction has come true. However, the Palace Lord has fallen into a deep slumber and can't cure Third Mist. Granny, please help me awaken Lung Wu Shuang." Lin Feng said, "No one dares to disturb the Palace Lord's slumber." The old woman said. Lin Feng said, "Granny, do you want to see Xian die a horrible death? Granny, please help me." The expression on the old woman's face became uncertain. In the end, she nodded and said, "All right, I can give it a try. Everyone, please follow this old one." The old woman led the way. The group arrived outside the Palace of Cold Blood's main hall, the Shrine of Cold Blood. "Everyone, please wait outside," the old woman said. Lin Feng and the others nodded and waited outside. The old woman entered the Shrine of Cold Blood. About 10 hours later, a terrifying aura was awakened in the Shrine of Cold Blood. Lin Feng couldn't help but be astonished by that qi. When did Lung Wu Shuang's aura become so powerful? Chapter 3279. When Lin Feng first met Lung Wushuang, because his realm was still relatively low, it was difficult to determine Lung Wushuang's cultivation level. Originally, Lin Feng thought that Lung Wushuang might be a giant god or a quasi-emperor. But as Lin Feng's cultivation increased, he made a new judgment. He felt it. Lung Wushuang's cultivation level should be at the God-Lord realm or the immortal emperor realm. But now Lin Feng realized he had actually guessed wrongly. Lung Wushuang's aura was simply too powerful. It was definitely far from the realm that Lin Feng had guessed. Lin Feng felt it. Lung Wushuang's aura was most likely the aura that only an emperor realm cultivator could emit. Bam! At this moment, along with a dull sound of collision, there was a loud sound. The door of the palace shattered. The old woman's body flew out. With a plop, she fell to the ground. "Palace master, please spare me." The old woman knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "You dare to wake me up. You deserve to die 1,000 times. However, since I woke you up this time because of Lin Feng's arrival, I will spare your life." Lung Wushuang's cold voice sounded. Then she stepped out. "Thank you, Palace Master, for sparing my life." The old woman kowtowed to Lung Wushuang. Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression, "No matter what, you have been together for so many years, and you are even an old man who watched you grow up. To think that you would be so ruthless. I really wonder how Uncle Yuan fell in love with a venomous woman like you." "Lin Feng, you reckless thing, you took the initiative to come to the Palace of Cold Blood to die, and you even dared to mention the name of that evil thief, Yuan Beixian, in front of me. You are simply courting death." Lung Wushuang looked at Lin Feng coldly, her eyes flashing with killing intent. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Lung Wushuang, don't think too highly of yourself. With the 5 of us working together and many treasures, we might be able to flatten your palace of cold blood today. However, I didn't come here today to fight a life and death battle with you. I want you to help me neutralize Lung Wuxin's poison." "Ha ha ha!" Lung Wushuang laughed and said, "I knew that little bitch was useless. I can't kill you. And now it really came true. You want me to save that little bitch's life? Sure, cut off your own head. I can save that little bitch." Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression, "That's your sister. If you keep calling her a little b asterisk tch, then what are you? Back then, you killed your elder sister. Do you want to kill your younger sister as well?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lung Wushuang's face twisted slightly. She screamed angrily, "Yuan Beixian told you? Yuan Beixian even told you about this. Fine, fine, fine. I won't kill you. I'll capture you and have Yuan Beixian come to see me. When the time comes, I want to see if Yuan Beixian will give up his life to save you." As soon as she finished speaking, Lung Wushuang was about to attack. Lin Feng said indifferently, "You don't need to waste your time. You might not be able to see Uncle Yuan again in this lifetime." Hearing that, Lung Wushuang shook her head. Hearing that, Lung Wushuang was slightly stunned. She then asked, "What do you mean by that?" Lin Feng said, "Something happened to Uncle Yuan. Not long ago, there was a rain of blood, and an unknown creature appeared. By the time we rushed over, Uncle Yuan had already disappeared. In the courtyard, there was only blood that seemed to belong to Uncle Yuan." "No, that's impossible." Lung Wushuang couldn't accept what she heard. She roared as if she had gone mad. "How could this be? How could this be?" She kept roaring, and her eyes turned blood red. "Uncle Yuan has never done anything to let you down. You should trust him and not doubt him. A few days ago, I asked him if his feelings for you had changed. He said that he still loves you. His love for you has never changed. That's why he chose to guard this place alone for so many years. You only have hatred for him, but he has never hated you. He only has love for you, nothing else. No, you can't leave me. You can't die. You can't leave me. You can't die. Lung Wushuang screamed and rushed out like a madwoman. Perhaps, until now, she finally understood her own heart. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng said. He also rushed out quickly. Duzu, evil dominator saint, 2 ghost emperors, the old woman, and many people from the palace of cold blood quickly chased after them. When they rushed out of the palace of cold blood, they heard Lung Wushuang's miserable screams. After rushing out of the palace of cold blood, Lung Wushuang's body underwent a terrifying change. Lung Wushuang's body began to rot. She was an extremely beautiful woman. Now, her body was rotting piece by piece. This scene made one's hair stand on end. Any woman. They all hoped that they would always be beautiful. But Lung Wushuang was currently experiencing inhumane torture. Not only was her body rotting, even her beautiful face was rotting at this moment. Not to mention that such a thing happened to an extremely beautiful woman. Even if it happened to a man, it was enough to make him collapse. It was a fate worse than death. Beixian, I want to see you again. Lung Wushuang let out a mournful cry. She pushed her speed to the limit, wanting to quickly reach Yuan Beixuan's residence. What happened to Lung Wushuang's body? Why did her body change like this after leaving the palace of cold blood? Lin Feng looked at the old woman and asked. The old woman shook her head. Even she didn't know what had happened to Lung Wushuang. Right now, the old woman was extremely worried about Lung Wushuang. She increased her speed and chased after Lung Wushuang. Lung Wushuang felt that her consciousness was becoming more and more blurry. She could vaguely see a person in front of her reaching out towards her. Beixian. Lung Wushuang called out. It was as if she had returned to her youth. She still clearly remembered the first time she saw Yuan Beixian. It was after the rain. In the mountains. She danced gracefully. Countless butterflies were attracted over. Yuan Beixian passed by and was also attracted. After the dance ended, Yuan Beixian walked over and said with a smile, I'm Yuan Beixian. May I know how to address you? How old are you? Have you been engaged to her? At that time, she had never seen such a straightforward person like Yuan Beixian. She had treated him as a lecher and left in a huff. However, fate had intertwined, causing the two of them to meet again and again. Too many things had happened in between, until the two of them were finally together. Plop! Lung Wushuang could no longer hold on. Her body fell from the sky and landed in Yuan Beixuan's courtyard. Chapter 3280. Second Miss. The old woman quickly rushed to Lung Wushuang, who had fallen in the courtyard. Lung Wushuang's body was already rotten beyond recognition. Her aura was very weak. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh slightly. At this moment, his dissatisfaction and anger towards Lung Wushuang also lessened a lot. Lung Wushuang was extremely hateful, but she was also an extremely pitiful person. Perhaps many times a pitiful person must have something hateful. However, when he saw the miserable state of others, as long as he had 7 emotions and 6 desires, he would always have some compassion. The old woman directly carried Lung Wushuang and quickly rushed in the direction of the palace of cold blood. The current Lung Wushuang was no longer the cold and heartless palace master in the old woman's eyes. She was no longer the palace master of the palace of cold blood who injured her. She was the second miss she had watched grow up. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He quickly followed because he still needed Lung Wushuang's power to help Lung Wuxin detoxify the goo poison. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't want to see Lung Wushuang die like this. Soon, everyone returned to the Palace of Cold Blood. Lung Wushuang was placed on the ice bed in the Palace of Cold Blood by the old woman. Lung Wushuang's rotten body began to gradually recover. It's very much like a curse. Duzu said softly. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. It was indeed as the poison ancestor had said. Lung Wushuang's current situation was as if she was suffering from some kind of curse. And curses were one of the most terrifying things. They couldn't be seen or touched. It was extremely strange. Many times it was impossible to guard against. Lin Feng had several terrifying curses on his body. However, these curses hadn't broken out for a while. Perhaps it was because these curses restrained each other. Therefore, they didn't break out. Leave Wuxin here. Wait for me to wake up. I will cure her. But I have a request. Lung Wushuang opened her eyes. She looked a little weak now, but she stared at Lin Feng and said, "What request?" Lin Feng asked. "Help me find out about Bei Xian." Lung Wushuang said with a trembling voice. Yuan Bei Xian stood guard outside. Although Lung Wushuang had always misunderstood Yuan Bei Xian. However, in the depths of Lung Wushuang's heart, she wanted to see Yuan Bei Xian even more. As such, when he woke up for a while, he would go and see Yuan Bei Xian. However, the hatred in her heart made her do things that hurt Yuan Bei Xian again and again. So many years. Yuan Bei Xian had never blamed her, because Yuan Bei Xian loved her. Therefore, he had been guarding this place and had never left, until Yuan Bei Xian met with a calamity. Only then did Lung Wushuang know. It turned out that, as always, she couldn't leave him. When I really left him, it was so painful. The reason why she hated Yuan Bei Xian so much all these years wasn't just because she suspected that Yuan Bei Xian was in love with someone else. The most important reason was that he had blamed his elder sister's death on Yuan Bei Xian, even if Big Sister was tortured to death by him back then. Lung Wushuang had mixed feelings. She was a suspicious person to begin with, and what happened back then? It made her more and more crazy. But now, Lung Wushuang only hoped that one day she could see Yuan Bei Xian again. Even if you didn't say anything about this, I would still try my best to find Uncle Yuan. Lin Feng said, "Thank you. I hope it will be a good result. When I cure Wuxin, I will no longer interfere with her life." Lung Wushuang said. Then, Lung Wushuang fainted. Lung Wushuang's body was in a worse state. It was unknown how long she would be asleep for. "Grandma, I'll leave Wuxin to you to take care of," Lin Feng said. "Lin Gongzi, don't worry. This old one will definitely take good care of third miss," the old woman said. Lin Feng nodded. His spiritual will moved. Lung Wuxin, who was sleeping in the mountain and river ring, flew out. Lin Feng held her in his arms. "Put it on the white jade cold bed. This is good for third, Mrs. Body," the old woman said. "All right," Lin Feng replied. Then he placed Lung Wuxin beside Lung Wushuang. Then he reached out and gently rubbed Lung Wuxin's face. He didn't stay in the Palace of Cold Blood for long before leaving the Palace of Cold Blood with Duzu, the evil sovereign saint, and the two ghost emperors. Evil sovereign saint, go to the country of desire and ask them to help find Uncle Yuan's whereabouts. At the same time, spread the news to the 9 regions and ask the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to mobilize all their forces and connections to find Yuan Bei Xian's whereabouts. Lin Feng said, "Yes, young master, this subordinate will do it right away," the evil sovereign saint hurriedly said. Then he went to the country of desire. I hope we can find Uncle Yuan. Lin Feng muttered. Not seeing Yuan Beishuan's corpse gave Lin Feng hope that Yuan Beishian was still alive. As long as there was any hope, Lin Feng would not give up so easily. Let's go, Lin Feng said. Then he left with Du Zhu and the two ghost emperors. Next, Lin Feng planned to go to a few places of death to take a look. He wanted to explore the places of death again. He came to the nearest place of death, the God Falling Cliff. Lin Feng had entered this place several times and knew how dangerous the God Falling Cliff was. There was even an ancient demon weapon, the Devil Blood Saber, sealed in the God Falling Cliff. Countless cultivators in the outside world had imitated the Devil Blood Saber and created all kinds of demon sabers, and they were even named Devil Blood Saber. However, those were all fakes. The only real demonic blood saber in the heavens was the one that was suppressed in the God-fallen cliff. Terrifying beyond compare. Lin Feng planned to collect the Devil Blood Saber for his own use in the future. But he knew, how could a treasure like the Devil Blood Saber be so easy to collect? If he wanted to collect the Devil Blood Saber, he needed powerful strength. Lin Feng avoided the area where the Devil Blood Saber was located and came to the deepest part of the place of death. There was an abyss there. At the bottom of the abyss, endless demonic qi lingered. A terrifying aura spread out from the depths. Even with Lin Feng's current cultivation level, he still had the feeling that his hair was standing on end. You don't know the meaning of death. How dare you come here? In the depths of the abyss, a cold voice sounded. Control yourself. Lord Ruler has a relationship with him. Another voice said, I really don't understand. Why would an existence like Lord Ruler have a relationship with such an ant? A third voice sounded, I don't know. Who can guess what the Lord Ruler is thinking? The fourth voice was a woman's voice. Lord Ruler is sleeping. Don't wake Lord Ruler. A fifth voice sounded. It was the voice of an old man. Chapter 3281. Lin Feng stared at the abyss in a daze. He still remembered how he had almost been killed by the demonic blood saber. It was a mysterious little girl who had saved him. That little girl was shrouded in primal chaos. He couldn't see her face clearly. Lin Feng had always suspected that the little girl was a creature of the forbidden region. Now that he saw the abyss, Lin Feng suddenly thought of that little girl. Did she live here? Young master, this place is unsuitable for further exploration. Even if it hides a gargantuan secret, I have a feeling if we insist on exploring this place, we'll most likely lose our lives. Du Zhu said with a grave expression. After arriving here, he felt very uneasy. Leave. We won't kill you today. A voice suddenly rang out from the abyss. Lin Feng asked, Is that little girl here as well? Little girl? In the depths of the abyss, the ancient existences looked at each other in dismay. Next, everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly. Someone actually dared to call the Lord Ruler a little girl. If news of this were to spread, who knew what sort of shocking scene it would cause? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Let me give you a word of advice. Don't be so curious about the forbidden region. The only reason you were able to reach this place was because the Lord Ruler saved you. That's why we didn't kill you. However, the other creatures of the forbidden region have no relationship with you. If you recklessly explore this place, only death awaits you. At that time, no one will be able to save you. Next, the voice rang out once more. As soon as the voice rang out, a powerful wave of energy swept up Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the two ghost emperors. The powerful wave of energy tore through space and sent Lin Feng's group of four away. When Lin Feng's group of four reappeared, they were already outside the God-fallen cliff. Ruler! Ruler! Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The word ruler wasn't something that could be casually used. Lin Feng had heard that there was a ruler among the otherworldly creatures. Moreover, in the wastelands there was also a title like ruler. Lin Feng didn't know if the ruler of the land of death was related to the foreign creatures or the creatures in the wasteland. But whether or not they were related, Lin Feng was clear. The ruler of the land of death. He was definitely one of the most terrifying existences in the universe. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and gave up on exploring the other death zones. In the following period of time, he made a trip to Mount Huagua. He went to the country of desire. Before leaving the Sky Martial Continent, Lin Feng planned to go to the stone hall where the divine servants were. The divine servant was the famous Judas. This old thing had failed to possess Lin Feng before. Then he told Lin Feng that he was dying and didn't have much time left. He planned to return to the stone hall and finish the last part of his life. At first, Lin Feng believed the divine servant's words. It wasn't until he appeared on Lulan Island that he saw the divine servant again. However, the divine servant had been in a hurry at that time and hadn't noticed Lin Feng. In the depths of an ancient and gloomy forest, low growls could be heard from time to time. Dozens of golden giants were guarding the stone hall. In the eyes of these golden giants, the stone hall was an incomparably sacred shrine. The golden giants had killed a few giant beasts. Now, they were sitting around a bonfire and cutting open the giant beast stomachs. They began to prepare their dinner. In the depths of the stone hall, clattering noises could be heard. The trapped woman struggled, trying to break free from the shackles. Her eyes were filled with hatred and resentment as she looked at the divine servant who had appeared. "I'm already old. You're already old. I really miss my youth. Back then, I thought that I could successfully possess your body and return to my youth, but in the end, I still failed. Perhaps this is fate, something that can't be changed." The divine servant said to the woman. The woman said, "Perhaps something unexpected will happen. I've always believed in one principle. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. The wicked will be punished by the heavens." The divine servant suddenly let out a strange cackle. He looked at the woman and said, "Goddess Luo, even you think that I'm a wicked person? Goddess Luo, the daughter of the human race's ancestor, Fuxi, one of the 3 sovereigns of the human race. The woman imprisoned by the divine servant was actually Goddess Luo, the peerless goddess in the hearts of countless people in the past. Isn't that the case?" Goddess Luo sneered. At this moment, the divine servant narrowed his eyes and said, "An old friend is here." Outside, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign sage, and the 2 ghost emperors entered the stone hall together. On the way, Lin Feng had already told the 4 of them in detail about the divine servant's identity. At the same time, Lin Feng told everyone to be on guard against the divine servant. Although this old thing's life had come to an end, it was still not to be underestimated. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that the divine servant was hiding a secret. Now that Lin Feng had come to find the divine servant, he wanted to test the divine servant. Within the hall, numerous stone coffins emitted a cold and terrifying aura. "Long time no see. I didn't expect you to come here." The divine servant walked out from the darkness. His body looked very old, as if he would be buried at any moment. However, his cultivation was very strong, and no one dared to underestimate him. "Senior Judas, do you welcome me? Or do you not welcome me?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. "Of course you welcome me. We're friends, aren't we?" The divine servant grinned. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The divine servant, that old thing, was truly shameless. He actually had the nerve to say that they were friends. Back then, Lin Feng had almost been possessed by this old thing. If not for his fear of the divine servant's strength, he would have killed him long ago. Lin Feng put on a fake smile. That's right. Of course we're friends. Now that a friend has come, I'd like to ask a few questions. Would that be all right? What do you want to ask? The divine servant asked without batting an eyelid. What happened in the past? How did the three sovereigns fall? Lin Feng asked. The three sovereigns of humanity. They were Fuxi, Swearin, and Shennong. There was a saying. The three sovereigns were called the three sovereigns of heaven, earth, and man. Heaven represented the vastness of the heavenly Tao. Earth represented the origin of all things. Man represented the enlightenment of all people. Thus, of the three sovereigns of humanity, the heavenly emperor referred to Swearin. The earthly sovereign referred to Shennong. The human sovereign referred to Fuxi. Of course, the three sovereigns of heaven, earth, and man were titles of the era of titled gods. Swearin, Shennong, and Fuxi were the first generation of titled gods. After them, the three sovereigns of heaven, earth, and man were born. But when people spoke of the three sovereigns, they mostly referred to Swearin, Shennong, and Fuxi. They died in the chaos of war. Chapter 3282. Lin Feng asked, which war? It was a complicated one. It involved sentient life forms, beings that transcended epochs, and even otherworldly creatures. At the time, the Supreme Court and the Door of Everlasting Life were constantly leaking precious treasures. Many factions fought to get their hands on them. Humanity was also caught in the crossfire. Humanity wasn't weak at the time, but there was still a gap between them and some of the top powers. Therefore, it wasn't easy to survive in this chaotic world. The three sovereigns fought many battles to protect humanity. They fell one after the other. Where are their corpses buried? Lin Feng's voice was somber. Judas's explanation was simple, but Lin Feng could still sense how difficult it was for the human clan back then. They died on the battlefield, their corpses wrapped in horse hide. Where are their bodies? Of course, they may have been taken away by others. Only our descendants don't know. Judas explained. Lin Feng's face darkened. The three sovereigns had contributed so much to humanity. After their deaths, even their bodies couldn't be found. It was a sad story. That's how it was back then. Too many strong people died. Human lives were worthless than grass. Judas continued. Judas's old eyes flashed with nostalgia. Memories of the past. Memories were still fresh in his mind. What about their legacy? Was it lost just like that? Lin Feng frowned. Judas sneered. What? You asked so many questions. In the end, it all came back to their legacy. I thought you really cared about the three sovereigns, but in the end, you were just thinking about yourself. Lin Feng's voice was flat. Of course, I care about the three sovereigns. They were the ancestors of humanity, and they did so much for us. My admiration for them is like a river that never ceases to flow. Judas rolled his eyes, then shot Lin Feng a sideways glance. He said, You really know how to blow your own trumpet. Lin Feng said, As a human cultivator, it is our duty to carry forward the legacy of the three sovereigns to greater heights. So, you're here to ask me about the three emperors' orthodoxy? Judas asked, That's only one of my goals. Lin Feng said. He paused for a moment. Lin Feng continued, As old friends, you won't refuse to answer my questions about the three sovereigns' orthodoxy, right? Of course not. But I don't know where the three emperors' orthodoxy is. You don't know? Lin Feng frowned. Lin Feng felt as though Judas hadn't said anything yet. Lin Feng had always been wary of this old man. Of course not. Only the descendants of the three emperors know about the legacy of the three emperors. After the three emperors fell, the descendants built a tomb for them. Maybe we can find the legacy of the three emperors in the tomb. Judas said, "It seems that you don't know where the tomb is." Lin Feng said indifferently, "That's right. I really don't know where the tomb is." Judas replied, "Thank you for your information." Lin Feng said. With that, he turned to leave. Judas was old, and his cultivation had plummeted, but he was not to be underestimated. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't want to break all pretense of cordiality with Judas. There's no need to be so formal between friends. Judas said. Lin Feng said, "I have some business to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. Farewell." "Take care," Judas said as he personally escorted Lin Feng and the others out. But then, a voice came from below the stone hall. "Let me out." It was a woman's voice. It was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. Her vocal cords had long since been broken. When this voice was heard, Yi Zichen was stunned. Judas's face fell. Every time Judas came out, he would seal off the underground chamber to prevent any sound from escaping. But this time, Luo Shun's voice came out. Obviously, Luo Shun must have used some special means to achieve this. She had never acted strangely before. That was why Judas had been so careless. Whose voice is that? Lin Feng was just about to leave when he turned to look at Judas. It's a woman who has no idea what's good for her. I've been lonely all these years. I'll imprison her. At least I'll have someone to talk to. Judas explained. He waved his hand, and runes began to intertwine. Once again, he strengthened the seal. No more voices came from below. Judas saw Lin Feng's uncertain eyes. "What is it? Young friend, do you want me to release that woman?" Lin Feng's smile didn't reach his eyes. "I just thought of someone." "Who?" Judas asked. "Luo Shun," Lin Feng said. Judas' face didn't change. Why mention her now? She had been dead for so many years. To mention a person who had passed away was disrespectful to the dead. Lin Feng went on. "You've been guarding this chamber for so long, and you've never felt lonely. Why have you been feeling so lonely lately? Have you ever heard of the saying, 'Something strange must happen'? What do you mean by that, young man? Do you think I'm lying to you?" Judas asked in a low voice. "I don't know if I'm lying, but there is one thing I want to confirm. I want to see who this woman is. I've always been a curious man, and I want to see if she's a beauty, now that I've had a soft spot for the fairer sex. I hope Judas can grant me my wish." Lin Feng said, "Preposterous. You want to see her? What do you think of me?" Judas' face was dark and gloomy. Luo Shun was imprisoned below. He couldn't allow Lin Feng to go down there. Or else, the secret of this chamber would be exposed. Said Lin Feng indifferently, "You keep saying that we're friends, but I don't see any sincerity in you. Since you don't consider me a friend, I don't need to be polite with you, Your Excellency," said Lin Feng indifferently. As soon as he spoke, Lin Feng took out his black dragon sword. Hefting the weapon, he swung it at Judas. When he saw Judas' grim expression, Lin Feng's eyes widened. Lin Feng knew he'd guessed right. The woman imprisoned beneath the chamber was not someone who'd stumbled into this place by accident. She was most likely Fuxi's daughter, Luo Shun. How could Lin Feng sit idly by and watch the daughter of humanity's founding ancestor be imprisoned here by Judas? "Kill this bastard!" Duzu shouted. Duzu unleashed a torrent of poisons to drown Judas. The heretic holiness claws were his most powerful weapon, and they swiped at Judas. The two ghost emperors summoned two chains. These were the legendary soul-binding chains, treasures of the underworld. They were designed to reel in souls and spirits. The two ghost emperors had stumbled upon them not long ago. Chapter 32:83. Judas was strong enough. Therefore, even if he was at the end of his tether, Lin Feng was not about to let his guard down. If he let his guard down against someone as strong as Judas, even if he let his guard down, he could die a horrible death. That much Lin Feng knew. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Judas' body. If you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Judas' voice was cold as he opened his hand. His palm came crashing down. The incoming attack enveloped Lin Feng, Du Zhu, the heretic Holiness, and the two ghost emperors. A giant hand of energy materialized. Then it came crashing down on the five. The energy fluctuations contained within the energy palm were truly terrifying. It was shocking. Judas lived up to his reputation as a titled god. Even at the end of his life, he was still so strong. It was hard to imagine just how strong this old thing was at his peak. Lin Feng waved his hand. Suddenly, the heavenly profound pagoda, a defensive magic treasure, quickly flew out and floated in midair. The pagoda emitted a powerful barrier that protected the five. At the same time, Lin Feng and the others' attacks collided with Judas' giant hand of energy. The five of them worked together to block most of the attack power of the energy hand. The remaining power of the energy hand was neutralized by the heavenly mystery pagoda. Judas, I really didn't expect you to still have such combat strength. However, your era is destined to be over. Lin Feng looked at Judas with indifference, the sword in his hand. He continued to slash at Judas. Dazzling beams of light shot out from the blade, ready to cleave the world in two. Lin Feng pushed Black Dragon's power to its limits. Meanwhile, Lin Feng summoned his magnetic field. The magnetic field of Tyrannosaurus Dominion enveloped Judas. Under the suppression of the magnetic field, Judas' fighting strength plummeted. Finally, Lin Feng took out his celestial drum. Thump, 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 thump. The sky drum beat. A magnificent army of thousands of men and horses appeared, only to see the magnificent army. All of them came crashing down on Judas. 10,000 poison tyrant art. Du Zhu, on the other hand, displayed one of his most powerful poison techniques. A poisonous river was formed. It directly corroded the void and cracked it open. That poisonous river. Instead, they rushed toward Judas. Soul Reaping, Soul Lock. The two ghost emperors attacked, and the chains in their hands flew out. The runes on the two chains began to vibrate, emitting strange noises. That strange sound was truly peerless and terrifying. It could affect a cultivator's soul. Even Judas was affected. All he could see was an endless hallucination. The eldritch holiness charged at Judas like an unstoppable weapon. The evil dominator saint refined his body into a divine weapon. Therefore, he was incomparably strong in close combat. Therefore, Saint Xiazun was using Lin Feng, the poison ancestor, and the two ghost emperors to distract Judas. He approached Judas at top speed. Lin Feng's methods didn't need to be explained. They were terrifying. Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors were no ordinary grand emperors. They were grand emperors of the 9 states. The grand emperors of 9 states were far stronger than those of other worlds. What's more, each of them possessed a formidable set of skills. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others' attacks were terrifying. Worlds fall. Suddenly, Judas had unleashed a terrifying divine ability. After this divine ability was unleashed, behind him a figure appeared. Behind him, a mysterious world appeared. That mysterious world covered the endless starry skies. It was an endless world. But now, in the various star fields and worlds, there were many star fields and worlds. They were drowned in a sea of crimson demonic energy. That crimson demonic energy came from Judas. What kind of power was this? How could it be so strong? World's Fall. This thaumaturgy was definitely a powerful thaumaturgy since ancient times. Its power was simply too tyrannical. It came straight for Judas. Bang, bang, bang. It was accompanied by the sounds of violent collisions. Lin Feng and the others' attacks were all neutralized, and Lin Feng and the others were sent flying. Lin Feng wielded the black dragon sword. He could even hold his own against some monarch-level cultivators. But now, even with Du Zhu and the others, they were no match for Judas. Judas, that old bastard, was too strong. This was completely unlike the strength of a cultivator whose combat strength had plummeted and was on the verge of death. Die! Judas's sinister laughter rang out. World's Fall was still hurtling toward Lin Feng and the others. Danger! Lin Feng's face paled. He felt the aura of death envelop him. Lin Feng tried to awaken Black Dragon Sword Spirit, as long as Black Dragon Sword Spirit could be revived. When the time came, Black Dragon Sword's power would greatly increase. At that time, perhaps he could even kill that old bastard. Yeah. Just as Lin Feng was trying to awaken Black Dragon Sword Spirit, suddenly, Lin Feng heard Bibi's cry. Bibi had been asleep for many years, because Bibi was facing the awakening of her bloodline, although she would occasionally wake up. But every time she woke up, she would consume large amounts of heavenly treasures to replenish her energy. Then she would fall back into a deep sleep. After Bibi woke up, whoosh, there was a flash of light. Bibi disappeared from the world of the Mountain River Ring. A moment later, Bibi appeared behind Judas. You bullied Bibi's big brother. Bibi is going to beat you to death. Bibi screamed. She waved her little paw and swiped at Judas. Suddenly, a rainbow of light shot out from Bibi's paw. The rainbow light swept toward Judas. Bei had grasped the ability to traverse the void when he was just born. What more now? This kind of method had long been miraculous. So when Bibi appeared behind Judas, he didn't even notice. It wasn't until he heard Bibi's voice that he realized there was someone behind him. Judas's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! Bibi's rainbow light slammed into Judas and sent him flying. Ugh! Judas coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face went white as a sheet. It was hard to imagine how powerful Bibi's attack was. She had managed to make him cough up blood. Yeah. Bibi squealed twice as he swatted Judas away. He looked at his little paws, surprised by the strength he'd just displayed. Lin Feng was just as shocked. Bibi had only awakened her bloodline a second time. How was she already so strong? Furthermore, this little fellow had never really cultivated before. All she did was eat, sleep, and sleep. It was reasonable to assume that even after awakening one's bloodline, one wouldn't be too strong if they didn't practice. But Bibi wasn't like that. Chapter 3284. Little thing, I'm going to kill you. Judas roared and charged at Bibi. He wanted nothing more than to chop Bibi into pieces. Judas was a powerful being, but Bibi had beaten him to the point of spitting blood. This was more than he could bear. Judas wanted nothing more than to kill Bibi and vent his anger. Yee, big baddie. I'll show you Bibi's power. Bibi's voice was as childish as ever. Her race was special, and no one knew what it was. Perhaps it would take a few hundred years or even longer for her to reach adulthood. Therefore, Bibi was still a child. The way Bei was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws really made one not know whether to laugh or cry. This little guy's snow-white body was simply too adorable. Therefore, Even though Bei Bei was pretending to be ferocious, he was still very adorable. However, the little guy's strength was very strong. Judas was right in front of Bibi, and his palm was aimed at Bibi. Bei's body instantly disappeared without a trace. When Bibi reappeared, she was behind Judas. This was Bibi's heaven-defying power. This little guy's ability was heaven-defying to the point of causing others to be aghast. Bang! Bibi waved her claws, and a rainbow light burst forth. Once more, the beam of light slammed into Judas and sent him flying backward. Ah! Judas roared in rage. He was mad with rage, because this was too humiliating for him. Even with his powerful cultivation, he was unable to cause any harm to Bei Bei. Fun! This is so fun! Bibi laughed. The little one found the fight amusing. Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but smile wryly. The little one was still too young. She loved to play. Bang, bang, bang. Bibi struck again and again. One blow after another landed on Judas's body. Judas took 20 blows in a row. He didn't know how many of his bones had been broken by Bibi. Judas was on the verge of exploding with rage. She couldn't wait to cut Bibi into pieces. However, facing Bibi's attack, he had no power to resist at all, because Bibi's speed was too fast. Most importantly, it didn't matter what Judas did. He couldn't imprison Bibi's body at all. This was the most fatal point. Although Bibi was young, she was very smart. He knew he couldn't fight Judas head-on, and he knew he couldn't fight him head-on. That would be too much of a loss. Bibi circled behind Judas. After a while, he went to the left side of the voice sound. A moment later, he circled to Judas' right. Judas was impossible to defend against. In the end, Bibi managed to severely injure Judas. "Let's kill this bastard together." Lin Feng sneered. Black Dragon hefted in his hand as he charged at Judas. Du Zhu, the heretic holiness, and the two ghost emperors all joined in. "When I was at my peak, I could kill you all with a flick of my finger. A dragon in the shallows is toyed with by shrimps, and a tiger in the plains is bullied by dogs. Just you wait. I won't let you get away with this." Judas roared with rage, then fled for his life. If an expert of his level wanted to escape, it would be almost impossible for him to stay. In the end, Judas made it out. Lin Feng and the others gave chase, but Judas was nowhere to be found. It was a shame they couldn't kill Judas, but he didn't have much time left. There was no need to fear him. Besides, Lin Feng had a way to deal with Judas. "Little one, you've become so strong." Lin Feng looked at Bibi with surprise. "Yeah, yeah." Bibi proudly raised her head. "Rumble." But then Bibi's stomach began to growl. The little one looked pitifully at Lin Feng. "Go back to the mountain and river ring and eat some spirit fruit," Lin Feng said. Bibi's eyes lit up at the mention of food. Bibi didn't linger. She disappeared without a trace. The little one returned to the mountain and river ring and began to feast on the treasures Lin Feng had collected. "Zeta, this little thing is incredible." Du Zhu and the others couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Then he said, "Come, let's go down and take a look." The 5 of them used their earthbound technique. They burrowed downward. Soon, they found a secret room. Lin Feng and the others entered the secret room and saw a woman imprisoned there. When the woman saw that someone had come in, she raised her head and looked at Lin Feng and the others. When she saw the woman's face, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp in amazement. It was a face so beautiful it took one's breath away. No words could describe it. There were no words to describe that face. In myths and legends, the goddess of Luo was the most beautiful woman in the world. She was so beautiful that it could shock one's soul. She was like a fairy in a painting. So beautiful. Although the goddess of Luo had lived to this day, she was already very old. But the goddess of Luo must have cultivated a technique to retain her beauty. She could maintain her youthful appearance. Billions of years later, she was as beautiful as ever. You are the goddess of Luo, the goddess of Fuxi? Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked, other than the goddess of Luo. He couldn't think of anyone else with such beauty. That's right. I am the goddess of Luo. I was ambushed by the Judas. I was imprisoned here by the Judas. The goddess of Luo said. Luo's eyes finally shone with light. She'd been imprisoned for so many years that she'd lost all hope of ever escaping. But now, she saw hope. Let me unchain you first. Lin Feng said. The chains that bound the goddess of Luo were special. They were capable of sealing off one's magic. Once bound, it would be difficult to break free. Lin Feng swung Black Dragon at the chains. Clang, clang, clang. A series of collisions rang out. All 4 chains were broken. Perhaps it was because she hadn't been able to move freely for so long. The goddess of Luo found it difficult to stand. She was about to fall to the ground. Lin Feng reacted quickly and caught her by the waist. Thank you, sir. The goddess of Luo graciously thanked Lin Feng. Don't be so polite. Goddess of Luo, you are the daughter of the sage emperor, Fuxi. How could I not save the sage emperor's daughter when she was in trouble? It is only natural that I save you. Lin Feng said. He paused, then continued. This isn't the place to talk. How about we go up first? All right. The goddess of Luo nodded. Seeing the goddess of Luo's beautiful face up close made him realize just how beautiful this woman was. She was the most perfect masterpiece of the Creator. She was so beautiful that no one dared to look directly at her beautiful face. Chapter 3285. Lin Feng hugged Goddess Luo's willow waist and flew up, the woman in the myths and legends. Now that she was by his side, this feeling was too wonderful. It was too inconceivable. A wonderful woman like Goddess Luo naturally had countless legends. There was even a great Confucian scholar who once wrote an article. This article had been circulating for hundreds of millions of years. It was very popular. It was read as a classic by countless people. This article was called Goddess Luo's Fu. The great Confucian scholar who wrote this article was said to have seen Goddess Luo from afar in the past. It was shocking. From then on, it was hard to forget. But when he went to find Goddess Luo, he found that Goddess Luo had long gone missing. So this great Confucian scholar turned the thoughts in his heart into words. This was the origin of Goddess Luo's Fu, now facing Goddess Luo herself. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the content of the article Goddess Luo's Fu. As graceful as a swan, as graceful as a swimming dragon, glorious autumn chrysanthemum, magnificent spring pine. It was as if the moon was covered by light clouds, floating like the returning snow in the wind. Looking from afar, it was as bright as the sun rising in the morning. Looking at it closely, it was as bright as a lotus flower. Her figure was slender and well-proportioned. Her shoulders were cut, and her waist was as plain as silk. Her neck was long, and her skin was white. Her beauty was incomparable, and her beauty was incomparable. Her hair was lofty, and her eyebrows were beautiful. Her lips were bright on the outside, and her teeth were fresh on the inside. Her bright eyes were good, and her dimples supported her power. She was gorgeous and elegant. She was quiet and leisurely. She was tender and charming, and her words were charming. Her clothes were unparalleled, and her bones matched the picture. Her clothes were dazzling, and her jade was magnificent. She wore gold jewelry, and her body was adorned with pearls. She wore the scholar's shoes for a long journey, and her silk dress was trailing in the mist. She was slightly beautiful, and her steps were hesitant in the corner of the mountain. Therefore, he suddenly leaped up and roamed freely. She leaned on the left, and the osmanthus flag was on the right. Her wrist was on the border of the gods, and she was picking the Ganoderma of the wind. She stood in the air, and her sleeves were long. Her body was fast, and she was like a god. Wave-like subtle steps, Luo Xiong generates dust. His movements were impermanent, as if he was in danger or in safety. It's difficult to enter and stop. It's neither here nor there. She turned around, revealing her smooth jade face. She didn't say anything, but her breath was like an orchid. Her beauty and grace made me forget to eat. Hence, the wind was stopped, and the waves were still. Feng Yi drummed, and Yua sang. The Luotian Fu had beautiful words. Luotian's beautiful face was so moving. No one could face a woman like Luotian. They would all develop yearning and adoration. After everyone returned to the stone hall, Goddess Luo's body recovered slightly. Therefore, he could act on his own. Lin Feng reluctantly let go of Luotian. Judas told me that he and the North Pole Emperor pursued the Luo goddess at the same time. Both sides began to fight. In the end, Judas defeated the North Pole Emperor and won Goddess Luotian's heart. Who would have thought she would be caught in the middle of the battle? She was grievously injured and on the verge of death. Judas did everything he could to save her life, but in the end, he failed. I always thought Judas was a sinister man and that his words were unreliable. Now, I know he was full of lies. Lin Feng couldn't help but comment. Judas did pursue me, but I rejected him. The reason he attacked me was because he wanted to force me to reveal the whereabouts of the Fushi 8 trigrams my father left behind. Although I was wounded in that battle, he didn't gain much of an advantage. Of his 3 immortal souls and 7 mortal forms, I destroyed 2 and 5. Now he only has 1 immortal soul and 2 mortal forms left. That's why he's aging so quickly. If it weren't for his cultivation, he'd be dead by now. Goddess Luotian said. Lin Feng was shocked. He never imagined that this was the reason Goddess Luotian went missing all those years ago. He'd been deceived by that old bastard for so many years. Lin Feng had the urge to stomp that bastard to death with his foot. Judas even tried to take over my body, but in the end, he failed. Now his life is coming to an end. Lin Feng said. Goddess Luotian's voice was full of hatred. Now that I'm free, I have to find him. We must find him. If we let him die so easily, it would be too easy for him. Lin Feng could understand her feelings at this moment. After being imprisoned for so many years, how could she not hate him? She probably wanted nothing more than to chop Judas to pieces. Even if I want to find Judas and get my revenge, I need to get my body back in order before I can do anything. Lin Feng said. Goddess Luotian nodded. Of course. I won't go looking for Judas rashly. There was a pause. Goddess Luotian continued. How should I address you, sir? This humble one is Lin Feng. Lin Feng cupped his hands in greeting. Lin Feng? Shouldn't your surname be Yuan? If not, shouldn't your surname be Ji? Goddess Luotian asked. Yuan, the surname of the undying family. Ji, the surname of the sovereigns. Obviously, Goddess Luotian could see that Lin Feng had both the undying bloodline and the sovereign bloodline. That was why she wondered why Lin Feng's surname was Lin. Lin Feng said, My father's ancestor broke off relations with the undying family. Because of that, he no longer bears the surname Yuan. I see. Luotian nodded and said, The undying clan has indeed done many outrageous things. Even to their own clansmen, it is the same. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. I've heard that the undying realm was created by the undying family. Is this rumor true? Oh, Is there such a rumor? Goddess Luotian was surprised. Actually, if it's true, then the rumor isn't entirely false. Why do you say that? Lin Feng asked. The 3,000 realms are very special, although it was formed by the heavenly Tao. In reality, when the 3,000 great worlds evolved, many powerful cultivators played an extremely important role. And when the Undying Realm evolved, the 7 saints of the Undying clan played an extremely important role. However, other than the 7 sages of the Undying family, there were many other powerhouses who played a key role in the evolution of the Undying Realm. That's why I say that the Undying Realm's evolution is related to the Undying family, but they weren't the ones who created it. Goddess Luotian said. Lin Feng said, what was the Undying Realm called in the beginning? The word undying makes it easy to associate it with the Undying family. Chapter 3286. I never thought the Undying Realm would be like this. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He turned to Luotian and asked, where is the Undying clan's ancestral land? You know? Luotian shook her head. I don't know. The Undying clan is very mysterious. Back in my time, they were at their peak. The 7 sages of the Undying clan were extraordinarily powerful, and it was difficult to find a worthy opponent in the history of our era. They were all ranked. Lin Feng's expression changed. He knew of the 7 sages of the Undying clan, but Lin Feng hadn't expected the 7 sages of the Undying clan to be this powerful. It seemed he had underestimated the Undying clan's power. The Undying clan's long history must be filled with countless secrets. He just didn't know if he'd ever have the chance to learn these secrets. Lin Feng had a very strong feeling that maybe he would have such an opportunity, because the Undying clan only needed to know of his existence. They wouldn't let him go so easily. What about the Sovereign clan? How much do you know about them? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Sovereign clan is one of the most mysterious clans in this era. Outside information about them is rare. My knowledge of them is limited to the Lord of Gods. At the time, the Lord of Gods was still very young. I've met him several times in the past. Luotian said. Lin Feng nodded. He wanted to ask Luotian about the great imperial clan, but she didn't want to tell him anything. Luotian continued. I overheard your conversation with Judas. Since you wish to inherit the legacy of the Holy Emperor Fuxi, then in order to repay you for saving my life, I can now teach you the complete innate 8 trigrams. What? You can teach me the innate 8 trigrams? Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. When Fuxi created the innate 8 trigrams, it shook the world of cultivators. The appearance of the innate 8 trigrams changed the landscape of the world of cultivators, because the innate 8 trigrams was one of the earliest great arrays. Moreover, the innate 8 trigrams contained all sorts of mysteries and mysteries. One only needed to comprehend a little, and they would benefit for life. Besides, feng shui, tomb exploration, formations, Chimen Duanjia, restrictions, divination, astrology, and so on. Countless aspects. All of them could use the connate 8 trigrams. This was because the innate 8 trigrams was all-encompassing. Of course, ordinary cultivators might not have a strong desire for the innate 8 trigrams. However, those spirit array masters, tomb robbers, feng shui masters, and so on, the thirst for the Xiantian 8 trigrams was indescribable. It was as if Lin Feng had to choose between the innate 8 trigrams and a heaven-defying skill. Lin Feng would not hesitate to choose the innate 8 trigrams. Although heaven-defying skills, 6 paths of reincarnation, were rare, they could still be found. However, the inheritance of the Xiantian 8 trigrams was not easy to obtain. If Lin Feng were to cultivate the innate 8 trigrams, his understanding of array formations would definitely rise by several levels. Furthermore, the innate 8 trigrams had another heaven-defying ability, which was its ability to predict the future. Lin Feng had seen monk Ishiao and Taoist Wu Yang divinate the future. However, no divination technique could compare to the innate 8 trigrams. The success rate of the innate 8 trigrams was extremely high. Of course, whether or not the innate 8 trigrams could be successfully cultivated depended on one's luck. This was also the most difficult part of the innate 8 trigrams to learn. If one could learn it, it would be an incomparably heaven-defying method. Luotian smiled. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Luotian gently pointed at Lin Feng. Following that, in Lin Feng's mind, immediately a dense array of words appeared. Those words recorded the complete inheritance of the innate 8 trigrams. Thank you, Luotian. Lin Feng hurriedly thanked Luotian. Luotian taught the innate 8 trigrams to Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng incomparably excited. Karma's cycle. So there's no need to thank me. This is what you deserve. And as the most outstanding genius disciple of the human clan, the innate 8 trigrams has fallen into your hands. I believe that in the future, you will definitely be able to bring the innate 8 trigrams to greater heights. It won't be a disgrace to the supreme great Tao that my father created. Luotian said. Then, Luotian pointed at Du Zhu, evil sovereign saint, and the 2 great ghost emperors. 9 lives reincarnation poison technique. It's actually this legendary divine ability. Du Zhu immediately exclaimed. Obviously, just now, Luotian lightly pointed at Du Zhu, evil sovereign saint, and the 2 great ghost emperors, and each taught them a divine ability. Evil sovereign saint and the 2 great ghost emperors were extremely excited. The divine abilities they received should be very targeted and could help them increase their battle strength. Luotian said, the divine abilities I taught the 4 of you were chosen according to your own situation. I hope it will be helpful to you. Ha ha ha, it's really helpful. Thank you, Luotian. Du Zhu immediately grinned. Evil sovereign saint and the 2 great ghost emperors also thanked Luotian. Luotian smiled and said, it's time for us to part. I hope that one day in the future we can meet again. Luotian finished speaking. Her body disappeared into thin air. As the daughter of Saint Emperor Fuxi, Luotian's cultivation was naturally incomparably terrifying. Everything feels like a dream. After Luotian left, Lin Feng couldn't help but say, he actually released Luotian. It was really unbelievable. And now, he actually obtained the complete inheritance of the innate 8 trigrams. Lin Feng couldn't wait to cultivate the innate 8 trigrams now. If he cultivated the many wondrous techniques recorded in the innate 8 trigrams, he would be able to play an extremely important role in his future cultivation. Immeasurable Taoist obtained a part of the innate 8 trigrams cultivation method and kept it hidden from me. This guy definitely wouldn't have thought that I actually obtained the complete innate 8 trigrams. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Now, Lin Feng really wanted to see what kind of expression Immeasurable Taoist would have when he found out that he had obtained the complete innate 8 trigrams. Let's go too. Lin Feng said, all right. Du Zhu, evil sovereign saint, and the 2 great ghost emperors nodded. Lin Feng's group of 5 also left the stone hall. Then Lin Feng took out the ancient starship Xianyuan, directly flew towards the starry sky world. The boundless starry sky world was full of unknowns. Lin Feng planned to find more opportunities in the starry sky world to improve his battle strength as much as possible, and he wanted to break through to the Great Emperor realm as much as possible. With Lin Feng's accumulation, breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, his battle strength would definitely increase to a shocking level. At that time, even if he entered the dangerous, undying realm. Chapter 3287. Starry Sky World. Vast and boundless. The Xianyuan ancient Starry Sky ship sailed through the Starry Sky World. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the Xianyuan ancient Starry Sky ship and continued to comprehend various grand das. Inside Lin Feng's body, sacred arts condensed into a large array. All the sacred art arrays were like stars, ancient, immortal, sacred, and powerful. The Divine Ability Grand Arrays revolved around one of the Divine Ability Grand Arrays, and the Sacred Art Array in the center was the Tao that Lin Feng created himself, the Tao of Supreme. Between the worlds, I am the Supreme. This was Lin Feng's Tao. The word Supreme meant supreme, supreme among countless cultivators. How domineering was such a Tao? As the saying goes, a general becomes famous and tens of thousands of bones wither. If Lin Feng's Tao of Supreme was cultivated successfully, he would definitely step on countless bones. Reach the peak. Boom. Violent fluctuations came from the Starry Sky World. Cultivators broke out in a huge battle. This kind of thing was very common in the Starry Sky World. The Starry Sky World was even more cruel, where the strong preyed on the weak. Plus, it was easy to erase the traces of fighting. Therefore, many people were not afraid of other families or forces finding out. Therefore, they did things without any scruples. Lin Feng did not care about the cultivators fighting. The Xianyuan ancient Starry Sky ship quickly flew past the area of the battle. At the end of the day, the Xianyuan ancient Starry Sky ship passed by a planet with life. This planet was called Lanzhao Planet. Lanzhao Planet was bustling with people coming and going. This was a gathering place for cultivators in the Starry Sky World. There were all kinds of cultivators. Descending from the sky, they entered Lanzhao Planet. Some were here to sell their treasures, while others came to Lanzhao Planet to replenish their necessities. Some came to Lanzhao Planet to inquire about information, and so on and so forth. The cultivators who landed on Lanzhao Planet naturally had different goals. Lin Feng and the others had been sailing in the Starry Sky World for more than 2 months. Therefore, they came to Lanzhao Planet to have a good rest. At the same time, they wanted to inquire about the Starry Sky World. The realm lord of the 9 mystical Great World fell in the 9 continents Great World. The 9 mystical Great World is now without a leader. It's very chaotic now. Many people are fighting for territory. It's not just internal strife. It's said that many forces have gone to the 9 mysterious world. It's said that the 9 mysterious worlds master got an item from the Supreme Divine Court. Now that the 9 mystical realm lord has fallen, countless forces will naturally swarm over to snatch that treasure. What? A treasure from the Supreme Divine Court? What kind of treasure was that? I'm not sure about that. Did you guys hear? The cultivators on another dozen life-bearing planets have all died miserably. Their bodies have been reduced to dried corpses. Their deaths are simply too bizarre and terrifying. I've heard about this too. I wonder who did it. Some people suspect that the gluttonous god demon did it. Culinary god demon? Weren't they already extinct? Why are there more? It's said that some of the gluttonous god demons were imprisoned in the forbidden god world. However, in recent years, there have been many strange movements in the forbidden god world, causing many cracks to appear in the forbidden god world. Many of the creatures imprisoned in the forbidden god world have escaped. Therefore, It's very likely that some gluttonous god demons have also escaped from the forbidden god world. It's said that there are strange movements in the depths of the forbidden god world. Some of the undying existences that were suppressed have recovered some of their vitality and are trying to escape. That's why the forbidden god world has been destroyed. Many forces have joined forces to search for the whereabouts of the gluttonous god demons in the starry sky world. These gluttonous god demons must be eliminated quickly. Otherwise, they will become stronger and stronger. When that time comes, no one will be able to suppress them. All kinds of news spread throughout Lanzhou Planet. Lin Feng received two very important pieces of news. The first piece of news was about the 9 mystical great world. The second piece of news was about the gluttonous god demons. Many people were talking about these two pieces of news. Many cultivators' eyes lit up when they talked about the 9 mystical great world. Because of the death of the 9 mystical great world's master, the 9 mystical great world had fallen into turmoil. This was the time when there was profit to be made. As for the news about the gluttonous god demons, everyone was in a state of panic. Many people were extremely worried. After leaving the place where they gathered information, Lin Feng's group of 5 headed to an inn. They rented a courtyard in the inn. They planned to rest for 3 days before setting off. At night, Lin Feng's group of 5 arrived at a famous brothel on Lanzhou Planet. This place was called the 100 Music Pavilion. There were many beauties in the 100 Music Pavilion. However, most of them sold their skills and not their bodies. "Young master, this is your first time here. How should I address you?" A beautiful woman greeted Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng replied, "My surname is Lin, so it's Lin Gongzi. I wonder what kind of beauties Lin Gongzi is looking for to accompany you." The beautiful woman asked, 30 dancers, singers, and musicians each. "Of course. Your top beauties will also be in my private room." Lin Feng said indifferently. Then he flicked his finger. In an instant, a river of origin crystals flew out from the void. A total of 1 million origin crystals. They floated in the air. Immediately, the surrounding cultivators cried out in surprise and screams. The beautiful woman smiled like a flower. She quickly accepted the origin crystals and led Lin Feng to the private room. They drank until late into the night. Lin Feng's group of 5 returned. Lanzhou Planet's night was still very lively. People came and went, and it was very lively. The next day, the beautiful woman from yesterday came to visit Lin Feng. She looked to be in her 30s. She had a well-developed figure and a mature and charming temperament. She was quite attractive. Of course, Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, so he was quite restrained in front of this beautiful woman. Asked Lin Feng, "Celestial being, what brings you here today?" "Fairy?" When the woman heard Lin Feng call her that, she giggled and giggled. She said charmingly, "You really know how to talk, young master." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I've always liked to speak the truth. This big sister is so beautiful and charming. Naturally, you're worthy of being called a fairy." When she heard this, she smiled. The beautiful woman's smile became even wider. Lanzhou Planet's nights are cold and long. How many people are in no mood to sleep? This servant would like to invite you to drink with us and pass the long night. How about that? The beautiful woman looked boldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sipped a cup of tea and said, "Thank you for the invitation, fairy. I'm willing to accompany you any time." He. The beautiful woman laughed and said, "All right, young master, just wait for this servant's news. This servant has another matter to discuss with you." Chapter 3288. The beautiful woman said, as a gathering place for cultivators in the starry sky world. Lanzhou planet is full of people. Moreover, from time to time, many experts or cultivators with extraordinary identities will descend. Therefore, Lanzhou planet will hold a trade fair every once in a while. After hearing the words trade fair, Lin Feng was immediately interested, because at the trade fair, one could often find good things. For example, the Emperor Archaic Egg that Lin Feng had obtained previously. It was exchanged from such a high-level, small-scale trade fair. Now, the Emperor Archaic had hatched successfully, although it had just hatched not long ago. However, the Emperor Archaic had already displayed an extremely heaven-defying ability. It was precisely because of this that he had obtained many good things at such small-scale trade fairs. Therefore, Lin Feng was extremely interested in such a high-level, small-scale trade fair. All these years, Lin Feng had killed many great emperors, especially the final battle between the 9 provinces, Great World, and the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivator armies of other foreign forces. He had obtained the storage rings of many great emperors. Therefore, Lin Feng had obtained many treasures. He could take advantage of this opportunity to trade with others. Perhaps he could trade for something that he liked. The beautiful woman was very good at reading people's expressions. After seeing Lin Feng's expression, she knew that Lin Feng was very interested in this small-scale trade fair. She smiled and said, "Young master, I heard that this small-scale trade fair is different from the previous ones. This time, it is said that a good item will be taken out. Therefore, it has attracted many experts or cultivators from large factions." "Oh, what good item?" Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. "Young master, have you heard of the battlefield of the gods?" The beautiful woman asked. "Battlefield of the gods." Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly and said, "At the beginning of the era, there have been many great battles. Therefore, many places where great battles have occurred can be called the battlefield of the gods." Lin Feng thought of a battlefield of the gods that the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra had told him about. It was a training ground. The beautiful woman said, "How can those places be considered the battlefield of the gods?" The battlefield of the gods I'm talking about is the main battlefield that took place before the end of the Xiantian era. In that war, Xiantian spirits, otherworldly beings, beings that transcended epochs, and all sorts of other powerhouses participated in it. Countless powerhouses perished. That battle directly led to the end of the Xiantian era. From then on, cultivation declined. For many years after that, the myriad worlds fell into great turmoil. Because too many experts fell, many cultivation methods were lost. Thus, many eras entered a kind of defunct era. There were almost no experts appearing until the Master of Gods rose to power and re-established the cultivation system. From this, it could be seen how tragic that battle was. It was close to burying all the experts at that time. That was the true battle of the gods. Lin Feng asked, "Now that you mentioned the battlefield of the gods, could it be that the 9 Mysteries World Overlord obtained the mysterious item from the battlefield of the gods?" The beautiful woman nodded. "That's right. That thing was indeed something that came from the battlefield of the gods. Now, that thing was going to be taken out for a trade. There were many rumors about that thing. Some said that it was a powerful magic treasure. Some said that it was an ancient inheritance. And some said that it was actually related to the legendary battlefield of the gods. It's the key to enter the battlefield of the gods. Regardless of which theory is correct, one thing is certain, that item's value is unimaginable. If you can obtain it, it'll be of great use to you." Lin Feng asked, "When will the trade fair be held?" "It'll be the night after tomorrow. At that time, I'll send a carriage to pick you up." The beautiful woman said, Thank you, fairy. Lin Feng cupped his fists. He. The beautiful woman suddenly laughed charmingly. Her laughter was like a blooming flower. She had a graceful figure. She was charming and alluring. Now that she was laughing, she was even more charming. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave first, the beautiful woman said. Okay, I'll send you off, Lin Feng said, and got up to send the beautiful woman outside. The beautiful woman bit her red lips and said in a low voice, Young master, please wait patiently. I will soon send someone to bring young master to my residence. We can drink wine and admire the moon. Don't waste the beautiful moonlight. His words were full of meaning. It made Lin Feng's heart heat up. Lin Feng said, It just so happens that I have some research on musical instruments. When the time comes, I can discuss it with you. The beautiful woman left with a smile. Lin Feng returned to his residence. Lin Feng didn't know that there was a figure hiding in the dark in the distance. A pair of venomous eyes. She stared at his figure with a murderous look in her eyes. Lin Feng, this starry sky world will be your burial ground. A sinister voice came from the depths of that existence's throat. Lin Feng didn't know that he had been targeted. After returning to his residence, he continued to comprehend the great Tao. As for what the beautiful woman said, Lin Feng didn't take it to heart. It was just a show. This kind of thing. Of course, he wouldn't take it too seriously, nor would he care too much. Success or failure. In Lin Feng's opinion, it didn't matter. When night fell, waves of gloomy and terrifying aura filled the world. Lin Feng and the others were awakened. Someone is approaching. Duzu said. Lin Feng said, It's not targeting us. They walked out of the courtyard and looked not far away. Black fog rolled. It surrounded a large courtyard a few hundred meters away. They're really hot on our heels. A cold voice suddenly sounded. It was a woman. Although the voice was cold, one could still hear that the voice was extremely pleasant to the ears. Bang! The next moment, the door of the courtyard directly collapsed, and a woman in white rushed out. The woman in white held a long sword in her hand. She was tall and slender. Her skin was fair. Her face was covered with a veil, so one couldn't see her specific appearance. However, one could roughly judge from her voice and figure that the woman must be a peerless beauty. Hand over the thing. A cold voice sounded from the black fog. Humph! If you want the thing, let's see if you have the ability first. The woman in white said coldly, Since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. Boom! After the cold voice sounded from the black fog. Then, a power that could destroy the heavens, and the earth spread out.